Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not previously submitted your identification to speak at today's hearing, please email it to specialmagistrate@fortlauderdale.gov. You are currently in attendee mode. If you're seeing a black screen with the City of Fort Lauderdale logo, you are in the right place. When your case is called, you're promoted to panelist in the hearing room. Please unmute your device and start your video as you must be sworn in. If you hear your case called and you are not brought into the hearing room, please utilize the raise hand function and our moderator will assist you. Please do not use the raise hand function for general questions. Once your case is complete, you may log out of the hearing. Please ensure you are in a quiet area, free from distractions, and are logged into only one device. You will receive your order within 3 business days via mail at the address of record in the Broward County Property Appraiser's Office. Ms. Park, do you have a question?
Unmute. Hello?
Yes, can I help you with your question?
Hello?
Yes, what is your question? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Do you have a question, sir?
No, we're good. We're good. It just says lower apartment.
Oh, I have my hand up. Yes, Dad. Please hit your hand if you don't have a question.
Raise hand, lower hand.
Eddie.
Hello?
No estoy llamado, tengo que llamar.
Hey, hello?
Good morning, do you have a question?
Yeah, what's the question?
No, I have hearing.
Yeah, she has a hearing today. So she's been
Ricardo Mercado.
Ricardo Mercado.
I guess he didn't hear your whole speech there.
What's the address?
The address is 2233 Southwest 34th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, tell them they can just wait.
Okay, you're all signed in. You can just hold on until you're brought into the room to speak.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. So I'll just stay here connected and you guys will ask me, right?
Yes.
All right. Sure. I'll stay here.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Yes, do you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. 1018 Northwest 6th Avenue.
Okay, you're in the right place, sir. We'll let you into the meeting when it's your time.
I just want to make sure that you guys have the proper address since we've moved offices. Can you verify the address where you're sending those notices to?
No, we can't do that at this time,
Wait
sir.
for a
Okay.
hearing.
I'll just wait for my turn then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. More questions?
Hi, do I have to register?
What's your address?
1413 Northwest 11th Street.
Okay, you're already registered, so you're good. We'll let you in when it's your time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Good morning and welcome to the special magistrate virtual hearing for May 25th, 2023. For the record, all code officers have been sworn in. Our first case is page 34. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 23030654, case address 100 South Victoria Park Road, owner Dina Folick and Jocko Folick Revocable Trust. This case was cited 3/21/23 to comply by 5/21/23. One section complied at $450. The city is requesting the full amount. The appeal deadline was 4/4/23. Citation appeal received.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good
Jose
morning.
Caracas for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 23030654.
Hold on, just want to swear like first. Morning, right hand. Jerry, are they muted? Will you raise your right hand?
Good morning, Special Master. I just got my mute button here.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand.
Sir, you need to raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Sir, did you hear the oath?
Okay.
Sir, can you please raise your right hand?
Are you referring to me, Your Honor?
Yes, I am.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do, Your Honor.
No, she wasn't sworn.
Okay. Ma'am, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Okay, yeah.
Inspector, take it away.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jose Caracas for the city of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 23030654 for the address of 100 South Victoria Park Road. I was driving on the area when I first came about with this case. They were cutting down a tree, and the violation for this address is 47-21.15.8, removing 2 royal palm trees from the property and removing crown palm fronds of 1 royal palm tree from the properties. Basically, there were 3 trees that were two of them were cut down, and one of them was hacked. At this time, there is $450 a fine for the trees, 3 trees at $150 each for the irreparable, irreversible costs that this had cost to the trees. The owner did actually apply, submitted the documentation within time to actually have the special master hearing today.
Okay. All right. Who's going to speak on behalf of the property owner? Hello?
Hello?
Can the property owners hear me? Yes, it's your turn to speak. What do you want to tell in support of your opinion?
Okay.
Can you hear me, sir?
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Your Honor. I happen to be hearing impaired, so I don't, and the picture, the video is coming from where you're sitting. It's very difficult. There's no caption, so it's very difficult for me to understand the proceedings here.
Okay, what don't you understand?
Your Honor, I'm a practicing attorney, 33 years. I cannot understand your disposition from because first of all, your photo in Zoom is not coming in under the speaker type scenario like myself. I have a whole picture of all of you there, sitting there. I cannot read your lips. I cannot understand closed caption. I am being right now disadvantaged based upon the setup of the Zoom. I see my client perfectly. However, I cannot see your Honor. I see somebody now who's popping up very clearly.
Yeah, so this is Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Sir, when your client received the notice, did you reach out to staff to make arrangements to make sure that you would have closed captions or something else? Because typically our notices say that if you need accommodations, you need to contact staff in advance of the hearing.
Well, I see you perfect and I hear you perfect. So why don't we have the hearing perfect?
I've seen everything perfectly. I've seen the video. I've seen the
now I see talking to you is perfect. When we get to the city, to the special master in the overall picture, it's a different picture. So I don't have the close up like I have of you. As you can see, I hear you perfect. I didn't need to reach out because Zoom accessibility requirements, I'm always able to practice before the court and appellate court. And like I say, I see you perfect. So I don't know why the special master, I cannot zoom in, like a judge would typically zoom in, and like you're zooming in.
Well, you're not going to have a zoom in of the magistrate because you're seeing the hearing room. And the question was from the magistrate, did you observe the pictures? And
Oh, yes, I did. Yeah,
okay, and so she's saying it's your turn. What do you have to say on behalf of your client with regard to your appeal?
Sure. Should I give a little statement and go on behalf of my client?
I think that would probably be best.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Special Master. Sorry for the communication problem. As you can see, my client has appeared. Ms. Pollack, and little background, she inherited a home at 100 South Victoria Park Road in Fort Lauderdale from her parents on December 19, 2014. Ms. Pollack has always conducted herself as a very responsible homeowner, a respected member of a community, and a law-abiding citizen. Moving on March 21st, 2023, Ms. Pollack was cited by Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement for not obtaining a permit to remove a couple of palm trees from her property. I strongly believe that my client is not guilty, as the evidence will show. Although no knowledge of the law is not a defense, it is a different thing if someone in a position of authority or someone who is considered very knowledgeable in a specific field reassures a person of this matter. Please allow me to explain. As you saw the bucket truck and the landscaping company that was present in front of Ms. Pollack's house. The issue is for some palm trees on Ms. Pollack's property that had grown beyond the capacity of the yard where they were located. If you look at the first picture my office uploaded, you can see the roots that were too close to the water main. May I ask, do you see the picture that we uploaded with the showing the root?
I cannot see the picture the way you're holding it. Try holding it back further.
You have to hold it back further, sir, or you should have uploaded the evidence in advance.
We did. We uploaded all the evidence in advance.
Nadine, do you have any of that?
Lord is checking now.
Okay.
No.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay, continue.
Go ahead. Go ahead, counsel.
No, I was gonna, okay, so in this first picture, which we have presented and uploaded, okay, it would show the roots were too close to the water main line. Now, we can assume also that that underground, they were probably even closer. Then we uploaded a second picture. The second picture is just a falling fawn. It's the fawn that, if you all can see that.
I can see that.
Okay.
Yes.
The second picture shows the size of the falling fawn on the sidewalk. The palm trees were touching the overhead power line. My client made some, okay? My client made some additional pictures available to us, but we could not upload them into your files. My client was concerned that the cables could start a fire, damage a home, or even worse, seriously injure someone with a falling fawn. As we scroll down, you can see a report that was submitted and uploaded. And this report is from Paradise Horticulture Advisors. This report is dated March 28th. And this was a contractor that Ms. Fala she contracted with. The gentleman's name is Mr. John Cross. Mr. Cross is a member of the International Society of Arboriculture and a certified contractor by the state of Florida. He inspected the palm trees. He issued a report dated March 28, 2023. As you can see, Mr. Cross concluded that the palm trees had overgrown their location and that the palm fronds and seed pods that fell could cause damage to vehicles and property and injure people and animals.
So let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Assuming that she had good reason to take them down, we're here because she didn't apply for the permit. So let the city evaluate whether they can come down. Do you have any evidence to speak to why she didn't apply for the permit?
Sure. Well, if Rhonda, if I just may make sure I understand the magistrate, she's asking why she did not apply for permit prior to the removal?
Correct. Yes, that's what she asked.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, special magistrate, the reason she didn't apply for the permit, okay, is exactly because the gentleman, which I stated earlier, the gentleman who came out there in the bucket truck and the landscaper told her that she did not need any permit. And when the city code came out there, he started to fight with the city inspector, telling him that he did not need any permit. That's why she didn't apply for any permits. And as you can, and in my presentation, as I go down, you'll see that my client has always applied for permits with anything that she had done in the past with regard to her house. So we uploaded 4 different types of permits, not related to this, but the reason to answer your question is she was told she didn't need to apply for permits. And she's correct. She is correct.
Sir. Okay, sir, I'm going to let the inspector speak to the conversation he had with the landscaper.
My understanding in regards to the landscaper, it seemed that he was a licensed person, company, but he did not submit the documentation or paperwork to actually cut the trees prior to cutting the trees. He actually did say he actually got angry with me because I told him that he needed to cease and desist. I actually got the landscaping inspector, Mr. Feder, joined me, actually, which is from the landscaping department. He actually said, yes, you do require a permit. Now, the homeowner did apply and obtain the permits within the given time, which is 60 days. She did apply and obtain the permits. And actually, Mr. Feder actually checked off on it and everything is okay as of today. Your Honor, the position of the city is to impose the fines of $450. Just to let you know, the administrative cost is $267. It's again, the position of the city is $450. If you want to go with the admin cost, that's fine as well.
Okay. I'm a little confused if she applied for it with a time period of life. Don't speak while I'm speaking, sir, please. I'm trying to get an understanding that would benefit your client.
Yes, Your Honor. She did apply and obtain the required permits from the landscaping department. We provide 60 days to apply and obtain the permits. She did apply and obtain the required permits within the time frame that we have provided to her. Yes.
Could you clarify, Your Honor? I think you're asking is why was the fine still imposed, and that was because of the fact that the damage that was already caused was irreparable, irreversible. So we automatically asked for a 60 for immediate fine, and there's two parts to that. You have the immediate fine, which is for the irreparable, irreversible, and you also have to still obtain an after-the-fact permit for what you've done to the landscape at that time.
Okay, all right.
Your
Anything
Honor,
else, sir?
may I point out something very important, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Florida Statute, Chapter 163045, tree pruning, trimming, or removal on residential property. A local government may not require a notice, application, approval, permit, fee, or mitigation for the pruning, trimming, or removal of a tree on residential property if the property owner obtains documentation from an arborist certified by the International Society of Arboriculture of a Florida licensed landscape architect that the tree presents a danger to persons or property. My client did that. It says a local government may not, number 2, a local government may not require a property owner to replant a tree that was pruned, trimmed, or removed in accordance with this section. So so my client went ahead and hired Mr. Cross on the 28th, which we uploaded to you, who said that all the palm trees were a danger. They were rated high. This was the position of the gentleman who came out there and told her she didn't need a permit. And this is why she didn't hire a permit. And this is why she's done everything, including went ahead. Now, after the fact, she went ahead and paid $700 and something for the replacement of the trees, pulled the permit. But clearly, she was not required to pull a permit based on the statute, and that's why she didn't do it. Let me, and then, is that correct, Ms. Fowler?
Okay.
Dina, is that correct?
Yes.
John, I would also like to say, also with the letters that the arborist provide, it still has certain ground lines that it has to meet in reference to that state statute that he says, and we have the right to review that arborist report and determine whether or not it still met the guidelines needed in order to say that it did not need a permit. So, and we have a landscape inspector that's here to speak on behalf as well.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
You need a track certified arborist report with 18-point inspection. Once it's reviewed by the arborist in our department and determines that it meets all those 18 points, then you can remove the tree without a permit. I believe that the report that was submitted didn't meet those requirements. That's why a permit was required.
Okay. All right, I'm going to fine for the city. You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 35. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22120129, case address 316 Northeast 4th Street, owner Dependable Equities LLC. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 3/24/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $6,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Will you please raise your right hand? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the city. Presenting case number CE 22120129 for the address 316 Northeast Fourth Avenue. This case has actually came before you, ma'am, and you have found for the city. This case has been open since December of 2022 and came before the special magistrate on March 14, 2023, where the evidence was found to the city. As of today, Your Honor, we have no compliance for 9-306, which is basically painting the building itself and having it paint uniform. As you can see, the building has different shades of color, and the ordinance says it has to be uniform. Today, we have the representatives for the property owner with us today. Speak on their behalf.
Okay, why is the building finished?
Good morning, Your Honor. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Dependable Equities. This property is the subject of a site plan approval that was just approved by the city of Fort Lauderdale a couple of months ago. It's a project called Umbel. It was actually in multiple newspapers for an approval. We've been trying to work with the city. This particular building, we've submitted demolition permits to the city of Fort Lauderdale. We're just waiting for them to be issued. And when that is demolished, we're actually already working on our construction documents for the new project. I think hopefully you can understand why we don't want to spend money painting this building that is slated for demolition. And as soon as those permits are issued, they are in process. They have been submitted quite some time ago. And as soon as those permits are issued, it's my client's intention to demolish the building and build the new project that has recently been approved by the city.
How much time are you requesting?
I mean, I'm hoping that the permits will be issued in the next couple of months. It usually takes about 3 or 4 months to work through the process, and they've been in process for quite some time. If we could have even just a 3-month extension, and then we could, hopefully come back and provide you with an update.
Your Honor, I have been speaking with the property owner or representative in this case. I have spoken to him a couple of times that what needs to be done to the building. The building itself, the case itself is complaint-based. It's not something that we want to see as well. We have properties around that high-rises, and they keep seeing this the building itself, and it's not fair for the other property managers that maintain the building, and this one is not being maintained. Yes, they have applied for a demolition permit. That was actually 10 days ago. They've applied for it. It's still under review. It's still in the process. But again, this case has been open since December of 2022. And again, I've told the owner or the representative, please paint the building. I have spoken also to the attorney, basically saying, the permit itself, once they get the demolition permit, the permit is good for 6 months, which means the building is 6 months. It's not for the residents around, and it's also on a main drag as well. So we're politely asking for the building to be painted.
They're getting a demo permit. I'm gonna agree that would just to paint a building. They're gonna get it painted. I think that the city wouldn't object since we have a permit on file now for a demo for a 91-day extension, stay up fines, and an order to reappear to see where we're at in the demolition process at that time.
Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. I'll give you a 91-day extension. See the fines during that period, and you will reappear on my docket of August 24th, 2023.
I greatly appreciate that. We'll continue with the city. I just want to mention, you've got I don't think it's on our end, but it's really, you've got some kind of lag in your system. It's really hard to hear what's going on in the room and your discussion internally. It's really, I think you're going to struggle with all of the panelists. But thank you. I just wanted to mention it, but thank you so much. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. That's weird because I can hear everything perfectly.
It's a really bad lag on my side.
Huh.
Okay. All right. We'll be cognizant of that.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Our next case The next case is on page 17. Inspector Rachel CE 2080457, case address 1151 Park Drive, owner Esteban Rosa Santos and Nydia Elizabeth Ambrosia. This was posted at property 5523, posted at City Hall 51123.
Magistrate, good morning. Seventeen.
Hello?
Will you raise your right hand?
Sir, would you please raise your right hand?
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Magistrate.
Good morning.
Hello?
Compliance Officer Rachel Moore.
Yes, we hear you, sir. The inspector is about to present her case, and then I'll ask you to present yours.
Yes.
Co-Compliance Officer Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22080-457, address 1151 Park Drive. This property was first inspected on 8/16/22 by Inspector Moore. The following violations were discovered. Violation 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections with broken, warped, and discolored slats, to include the front entrance, which was warped inwardly. The north side of the gate is stained with a black mildew-like substance. Also, there are areas on the gate that have been discolored yellow from the irrigation sprinklers. This is a repeat violation from case number CE 19091229, and the case will be heard whether it comes into compliance or not. 47-39A1B7A1. There are multiple commercial vehicles parked within the fence and on the soil of this RS 6.7 irregular zoned residential property. A white box truck weighing over 5,000 pounds and a red food truck can be seen from the public right of way. There's also a van wrapped in business signage parked on the swell. This is an unpermitted as per ULDR regulations. This is a repeat violation as well from case CE 19091229, and the case will be heard whether it comes into compliance or not. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swell, and this is also a repeat violation from case CE 19091229, and the case will be heard whether it comes into compliance or not. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area, and this is a repeat violation from CE 19091229, and the case will be heard whether it comes into compliance or not.
18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or swell. A total of 12 inspections.
I have that complied, Inspector, is that right?
It's complied. 12 inspections from August 22nd to May 24th, 2023. The violations of 18-12A and 9-305B were complied on 10/28/22, which calculates a total of $3,400. The violations of 9-280H1 and 47-9A1B and 9-304B were found in compliance on the pre-hearing inspection date of 5/24/23, which calculates a total of $13,500. It is requesting fines in the amount of $23,650 be imposed from the date the repeat violations were found until the date brought into compliance.
Okay, sir. Apparently that this is a repeat violation and therefore they are asking for an imposition of fines for $23,650. What do you want to say in support of your position?
Yes, there were some parts that I did not hear clearly. Hello?
Sir,
Yes, I hear
basically they were going all over each violation on your notice of violation that you received. She was reading that into the record and showing the pictures. So that's what was presented.
Okay. Yeah, I've been having the same notice like often, but the fence I fixed it like I painted like a while ago, and the food truck it been removed like about a couple months ago, and the fence on the neighbor's side, I did not take care of it because I thought that was the neighbor's side, so that's why and I did not take care of it. I painted, I mean.
So, sir, also, I don't know if you caught this, that the city is asking for imposition from the time the violation was observed because it's a repeat violation. So $23,650 has accrued, and you may also want to address the multiple commercial vehicles that were observed and shown in the pictures, which is also a repeat violation.
Okay. Do you have someone in Spanish so that way they can explain me? Like, there's a lot of parts that I don't really understand.
Just put in there that he's going to translate. Let's translate.
He's going to translate truthfully from English to Spanish.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Buenos días, señor. Yo me llamo el inspector Quintero y yo le voy a clarificar más o menos lo que le están explicando aquí. Lo que pasa es que las violaciones que usted lo citaron son repetidas de otros casos que anteriormente ha tenido en la casa. Entonces, por esa condición, la ciudad está pidiendo que la multa empiece desde que el día que las violaciones se encontraron hasta que el día que se arreglaron y estuvieron en compliance. Entonces, debido a esa situación, usted ha acumulado $23,650 en multas y eso es lo que la ciudad está pidiendo imponer en la propiedad y en el dueño por esas violaciones, aunque ya están corregidas, pero durante ese tiempo acumularon esas multas.
Ya, sí, yo he recibido muchas notificaciones que siempre me dicen, me ponen lo mismo, pero honestamente hay muchas cosas que ya se han ratificado antes, porque cuando me dejan una notificación, lo primero que hago es rectificarlo, pero siempre me dejan los mismos complaints Entonces, no entiendo por qué. Incluso yo le estaba comentando a la inspectora, a Rachel Moore, de que a veces hasta pienso como que es una cuestión personal, porque yo arreglo las cosas, por ejemplo, el fence lo arreglé, lo pinté, el grass lo pinté, lo puse también, el camión también se fue. Entonces, y siempre me dejan los mismos. Yo tengo varios sobres que me han dejado con los mismos complaints, pero en realidad ya los he arreglado. Cuando me dejan la notificación, yo los soluciono pronto. Miren, tengo muchos de esos que siempre me dejan lo mismo. Y incluso yo llamé para preguntar varias ocasiones, pero es muy difícil contactarse con los inspectores. Porque siempre lo soluciono, pero no entiendo por qué siempre me dejan las mismas violaciones y yo ya las he arreglado.
So he's basically saying, he's acknowledging that he's received all the notices, repeat violation. Well, you know, same thing. He said he keeps getting cited for the same thing every time, he keeps getting cited for the same thing. So I'm going to explain to him that he keeps getting cited because of violations.
Well, and that's why he's in trouble, because of repeat violations. So please make sure he understands this.
Entonces, lo que pasa es que usted recibe esas violaciones porque realmente existen. Usted esas notificaciones se las están dando porque la violación usted la corrige, pero vuelve a pasar otra vez. Y ese es el problema. Debido a la póliza y debido a como usted debe mantener la propiedad, usted debe corregir las violaciones y no deben de reexistir las violaciones de nuevo. Si lo están citando otra vez, es porque otra vez ha volvido esa violación y debido a la póliza que tiene el departamento, eso ya es un repeat violation, porque ya a usted le han notificado como dueño que eso no se puede hacer y usted dejó que pasara otra vez. Entonces, por eso es que este caso ha llegado a este punto, porque como ha recibido todo eso, hay documentación de que usted antes conoció que es una violación y ha dejado que siga pasando de nuevo. Entonces, este caso lo abrió la inspectora y está pidiendo la ciudad, debido a la póliza, que la multa empiece desde que este caso empezó hasta que usted lo arregló, para que usted entienda que la ciudad no quiere que estas violaciones se repitan. La ciudad no quiere seguir citándolo por la misma cosa. Entonces, por eso están pidiendo esta cantidad de multas, porque necesitan que usted entienda que no es cuestión de que usted lo citaron y lo arreglaste. No quieren citarlo, no quieren que estas violaciones regresen. Quieren que usted mantenga normalmente la propiedad como debe mantenerla y no esperar que la ciudad venga a ponerle otra citación.
Ya. Sí, entiendo eso. No, yo me comprometo a mantenerlo bien de hoy en adelante, porque bueno, yo soy nuevo en esto y pues no sé muchas cosas. Y pues sí, hoy me comprometo en adelante a mantenerlo pues bien al día, porque bueno, son cosas que voy aprendiendo poco a poco. Y no sé qué puedo hacer para no sé, para tener, no sé, algo que me puedan ayudar con eso, porque en realidad, honestamente, ahorita incluso la situación pues no está fácil, está muy difícil. Entonces, si me pueden ayudar con eso, pues yo, como les digo, me comprometo a que no pase más eso, porque voy aprendiendo poco a poco.
So he said he's learning and he understands, what we're explaining to him. He's, asking for some forgiveness, just because the amount is so high. Situations now are a little tight. He promises that, he won't let it happen again. He understands clearly, what is required. So he just wants, a little bit of leniency with regards to the fines because of the amount. But he's understanding of what's happened.
Okay. Anything else from the city? Nothing else from the city? All right. The city's costs in this matter are over $3,000. What were the city's costs again?
$23,650.
The city costs.
The city costs.
So the administrative fees are $718.
Say that.
$718.
Okay. All right. I'm going to impose a fine of $2,800 and with a warning that if this comes back in front of me again, you will get the full fine imposed. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
Dice entendió lo que está diciendo. Ella dice, las multas, usted sabe que estaban en $23,650. Ella se lo va a reducir a $2,800. Pero dice, debido de que si esto regresa otra vez enfrente de ella, en ese entonces ya no le va a dar chance y le va a dar la multa completa que puede ser esa cantidad de nuevo de los 23,000 si lo deja, pero esperamos que no va a dejar que eso pase otra vez, pero que ella ya ha dicho que en vez de los 23,650 se lo va a dejar en 2,800.
Ya. Hello?
Okay. Yes.
Hello?
Okay, sir. Yes, we're still here.
Sí, le iba a preguntar, no hay forma de que me puedan ayudar un poquito más, ¿no? Yo se lo digo de que, bueno, de mi parte voy a poner lo que está de mi parte para ir mejorando cada vez más y aprendiendo.
He's asking for more leniency.
Por la situación muy difícil para todos, para mi familia.
Would you explain that it went from 23,000 to 6,000?
I did.
Yeah.
Ella dice que lo que quieren que usted entienda es que lo han reducido de $23,000, 23,000, no 2,000, $23,000 a 2,800, que eso es un porcentaje bien grande que ya le han reducido de esa multa, entonces que ahí no pueden reducir más, ya le están dando un buen descuento en lo que realmente pueden imponerle. Le pueden imponer los 23,000 y por lo menos la jueza aquí le está dando el chance y le puso 2,800, entonces lo máximo que le puede reducir.
Ya. Bueno, le agradezco mucho y bueno, disculpas por la situación porque, bueno, voy aprendiendo poco a poco.
He's grateful for the assistance and he said he's learning and he promised it won't happen again.
Okay, sir. We believe you. So good luck to you, sir.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. You too. Thank you.
¿Cómo puedo pagar eso? ¿Por partes o... Hello?
He's just asking how he paid.
He'll get an order in the mail.
Le va a llegar una orden por correo que le avisa cómo es que tiene que pagar y ahí se puede comunicar con ellos debido a cómo puede pagar eso.
Bueno, gracias. Le agradezco mucho.
My pleasure. Next case, page 3. Next case, page 36.
Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22120044, case address 2233 Southwest 34th Avenue. Owner Ricardo A. Marcado. This case was cited 12-122 to comply by 130-23. One section complied at $250. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 12-16-22. Citation appeal received. This is in order to reappear. Okay. Lawrence, yeah.
We ready to start?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, but I can't see you. Is your video on?
Oh, I'm trying to figure it out because I don't understand this in leave or where's the video? It says join as a panelist or stays as an attendee.
Join.
Join as a panelist.
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Marco Aguilera, Code Compliance Officer, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22120044, property address 2233 Southwest 34th Avenue. This case was previously heard at the March 30th hearing where the magistrate ordered an extension and a stay of fines with a mandatory reappearance. As of April 6th, permit 23010018 was completed. As previously explained, the permit was obtained by the property owner, but the property owner was not aware that he needed to schedule a final inspection with a landscape inspector in order to complete the permit due to a misunderstanding and language barrier. At this time, the city is requesting to impose the administrative costs of $534.
Okay. My document says 250.
That's my citation.
The city is requesting to waive the fines and impose the administrative costs.
Okay. All right, sir, do you understand what the city's requesting of me?
Oh,
They
no,
want
what is
to waive the fine. The request is they'll agree to waive the fines, but are asking me to impose the city's costs of $534.
Okay. All right. Hold on one second. Let me explain that to her, okay?
I know English very well, pero I want to know why.
Dice que para negarte los 9,000 te van a cobrar $500 y te van a void the $9,000. Okay, so you be explaining her right. So she needs to pay $500 fee in order not to avoid paying the $9,000, right?
El fee no hay trabajo, no. El fee nada más.
Oh, the fee, just the fee then.
The city costs are $534. The city is willing to waive the fines, but they want their costs of $534 to be reimbursed. That's what they're asking for.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So when you have to pay that?
You will get an order in the mail that will explain it to you, okay?
Okay, perfect.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Back of this.
Our next case, page 10, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 2302-0369, case address 711 Northwest 18th Street, owner Leonard Unger. This case was posted at property 5523, posted at City Hall 51123.
Morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Sir, can you hear me?
Sir, can you hear them? Can you hear them? Can you hear
Good
me?
morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
No, I cannot hear you. Let me try to call in, please.
Nadine, my suggestion is if he's trying to call in and having audio, we
Give
have
me
a
1
long
second.
agenda. Let's pass him and go and bring him back in.
Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
All right, Jared, let's move to the next one.
Closer to that mic. That's the mic there.
Our next case is also on page 10, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 230200138, case address 1536 Northwest 4th Avenue, owner Angelica Zameka and Irene Zameka. It was posted at property 5623, posted at City Hall 51123. Morning, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. Hello, can you hear me?
Sir, we can hear you. We're gonna go back and call your case. Will you please disconnect and we'll come back to you? Ma'am, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Good morning, all. Inspector John Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2302013 for the property at 1536 Northwest 4th Avenue. This property was first inspected on 2/9/23 and was given time to correct for the following violations. 9-280H1, the that this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections which have damage or missing slabs. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-305. The gravel asphalt driveway at this property needs to be maintained, and there is grass growing through the gravel. 1812 has complied. There was overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 20th, 2023, and the following violations have not complied as depicted on the photos. 9-35B and 9-304B. The city is requesting a 63 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter. I would like to submit my case file and the photos to the court.
Okay, for correction for the record, Magistrate, just want to correct that 9-305B should have been read in as the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a legal or kept manner. Was read in as 9-304. That was an error. And 9-304B was read in as 9-305. The correct reading for that version is that the gravel driveway, this property needs to be maintained. There's grass growing through it. So they were just transposed. So I want to correct that for the record.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Malka?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear? Yes. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 63 days? Or
Yes, I
face a
am.
fine of $25 a day? Okay, thank you so much for your cooperation this morning. You can leave the hearing room.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Welcome.
We'll go back to the case on page 10, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 23020369, case address 711 Northwest 18th Street, owner Leonard Unger, posted at property 5523, posted at City Hall 51123. Still going? Oh, he left. He left. All right, we'll go on to the next case. Martin, yes. Did you hear? Okay. Sir, can you hear us? Oh. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Please raise your right hand.
Give me 1 second. Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
This property was first inspected on 2/10/2023 and was given time to correct for the following violations. 18-1, which has been complied now. There are items being stored at the carport area and in this area, the RD 15 residential zone property, including but not limited to a tarp. 9-3, I'm sorry, forgive me, be maintained in such a manner that the property or maybe become infested or inhibited by rodents, vermin, wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect, impair the economic welfare adjacent properties. And this is a repeat violation in the case for the case number of CE 190400251. And the case will be heard whether or not it comes into compliance. Next violation is 9-13A. Property is not identified by approved address numbers. 9-05B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-305. There is growth of the landscape material along and accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. This is a repeat violation from case number CE 190400251, and the case will be heard whether or not it comes into compliance. 9-308B has been complied, and there's debris, trash, and other elements which is not permanent on the roof. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 18, 2023, and the following violations: 9-313, 9-305B, and 9-305A. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or fines of $50 per day per violation. I would like to submit my case file and the photos for the courts.
And the correction in one section. For 9 days, somebody said that was relevant to violations. Michelle, I started from the date of the violation.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
9-5.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm saying that was a repeat. So what day was the fines? What day is the first section or something?
210.23, ma'am.
It's still not in compliance. It's not correct.
Correct.
So actually for 9-305A, the repeat violation, that violation is not in compliance as of the act. So we're going to ask for $50 for the days that the violation has existed and for it to continue accruing at that date until at that rate until it comes into compliance for that violation that's a repeat. The first repeat violation, 18-1, is a compliance. So it didn't approve any fines, but we still brought it in the event that it did.
You need to find an effect for that one?
No, we don't need to find it. Since we've already had an effect.
So what's the figure you're asking for 305A?
For 305A, we're asking that was
$50 per day started on February 10th.
Which is the calculation of.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Your violations were just read into the record. They're asking me because 9-305A is a repeat violation to fine you $50 a day from the first day of the violation, which is February 10th. The remaining violations are being requested by the city to give you 63 days to come into compliance or $50 a day thereafter.
Okay, what I don't.
Are you in agreement?
I'm sorry. So the only thing I don't understand, I don't have this as a repeat violation. We were not aware of a February notice.
The
host number. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The host numbers, are you giving them 63 days as well? For the host numbers, 63 days?
We'll store the entire, just so we can just one thing, but it was a entire 60 days or anything else. But the notice of violation, do we have a copy of the notice of violation?
Yeah.
Can see the wording. That's a repeat on the notice of violation.
Yeah.
We're just gonna confirm that notice of violation had repeat on there, that it's a repeat on before the section has said.
Okay, so we're checking on that repeat violation now. Just hang in there a minute.
Thank you. Thank you.
So yeah, on the notice of violation, Your Honor, it does clearly state on the notice of violation that was posted on the property and also mailed to the owner listed on Broward County property appraisers that it says the growth of landscaping material on the accumulation of leaves encroaching or flooding the right of way. This is a repeat violation from case number CE 190400251, and the case will be heard whether it comes into compliance, whether or not it comes into compliance. So that was notified on the notice of hearing.
Okay.
Violation.
Sir, she just read into the record the notice of violation that puts you on notice that it was a repeat violation.
We never received that. I'm sorry. There is a tenant in the house, so we never received it. If it was posted, we never received it. And if it was mailed to the owner, he's in Brooklyn, New York. Was it mailed to the owner?
Yes.
Yes, it was mailed to the New York address.
It was. Can you give me that CE number again?
The repeat violation.
Which CE number, the original case that's before us today, or the repeat violation?
The CE 251 number. I missed some numbers there.
Are you, for the repeat violation, the case, the violation, which one is it? The repeat violation case number is CE 19040251. That's the case that was a repeat violation that's already been to a hearing prior, so therefore that's why it is a repeat violation.
Okay, we were not aware of that. Is everything else in compliance from what I understand? Except for the 90 days that I have?
63 days.
I have 63 days.
Right. When coming into compliance, then the fines for the repeat violation will stop when that's brought into compliance. And then we can address the fines for that at that time.
What are the fines at the moment for that repeat?
Now they're currently running at $50 per day until the violation comes into compliance. The fine started on February the 10th because it started from the date that the violation first was found.
Is there anything we can do to remediate that?
When the property comes into compliance, you can come back before the magistrate.
Okay, and that compliance was 9-305A, is that correct?
That's correct.
But what is still out of compliance is 9-313A and 9-305B, as well as 9-305A. And as a result of that, repeat violation on 9-305A have begun to run from February 10th. The other two violations, you will have 63 days or $50 a day thereafter. Do you understand, sir?
I understand.
All right, thank you very much.
We'll take care of it. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Our next case, page 12, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE230107-9, case address 1018 Northwest 6th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Hermavi LLC, posted at property 5623, posted at City Hall 51123. Well,
So just while we're waiting for the respondent to get into the room, what Stephanie had said earlier, I didn't hear, but now the audio is bad. It goes in and out and you can't hear everything that's being said. So I don't know. I personally, I think it's the location, but I don't know what we're going to do about it. It's going to be slow going. Like I only heard about a third of that.
You could not hear me, Ron?
You guys are, Roger, are you having trouble hearing all of us or just what Stephanie was saying?
Both. It depends on the time. Things are now starting kind of what Stephanie had said earlier that I didn't hear. Now I'm hearing, audio going sort of in and out and being distorted, just so Jerry's aware.
Good morning.
But it's a problem.
I did adjustments to the sound. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you perfectly, everybody. So no audio issues on my end. I can hear Miss Hassan, but I cannot hear the moderator for some reason. Well, now you're back, moderator. I can hear you guys. All right. This property is where
so will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do. This is Jean-Claude Noel from the city of Fort Lauderdale.
This is a reference to a case at 1018 Northwest Avenue. This property was first inspected on 2/1/2023 and cited for the following violations. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, were in disrepair, and there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. 47-34.1.8. There is illegal land use occurring at this property, such as storing junk and other materials in the backyard on the side of the house, including but not limited to boxes, kitchen items, and other miscellaneous items. The conditions is not permitted per the ULDR for this RS 15 zone property. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-305B, there is debris, trash, and other elements which is not permitted on the roof. 18-12, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale, including but not limited to bottles, bicycle parts, buckets, and other various trash on the property. 9-280 Bravo. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. There are windows on the property that are damaged and disrepair or boarded, and there are cracks along the walls on this property. 9-305B, the asphalt driveway at this property is not being maintained. 9-304B, this asphalt driveway at this property is not being maintained, and the surface has cracks and damaged areas and is stained with dirt and oil. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 20, 2023, and the following violations have not complied as depicted in the photos. 9-306, 47-34 1.A1, 9-305 Bravo, 9-308 Bravo, 18-12A, 9-280 Bravo, and 9-304B. The city is requesting 60 days to comply or $100 per day for 9-306, 47-34.1A1, 9-305B, 9-308 Bravo, 9-280B, 9-304B, and 10 days 18-12 per violation thereafter. I would like to submit my case file and the photos to the court.
Sir, do you agree with bringing the property into compliance with 63 days on all of the violations except for 18-12, the overgrowth, trash, and rubbish? That would be 10 days.
Well,
Or face a fine of $100 a day.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So just to give you a little bit of history on this property, 5 months ago, the driveway was pressure clean and the front grass was replaced. But due to the dry season and the fact that the tenants are not preserving the landscaping, which they are responsible for, the grass has all died and needs to be replaced again. Same thing overall for the property in general. The appliances that are being left out. This is a very rough neighborhood. There's drugs happening in this neighborhood, so the vendors are afraid to work there. One of our vendors had his tools stolen, so obviously we're going to comply with every violation we have, but we're asking for extended time to do so, given the circumstances.
The city has asked for 63 days. What is it you're asking for?
Well, let me review with you, if you don't mind, real quick. There's one. How many code violations do we have? There's a couple of them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sir, Sir, please don't talk when I'm talking. There are 7 violations. The city is asking for 63 days on all of the violations with the exception of 1812, which is the overgrowth, trash, and rubbish. They want picked up within 10 days. Personally, I think that's a reasonable amount of time for all of those violations.
Could we?
Do you have any objection?
Madam, could we have 90 days? We'll comply with the trash within the 10 days, and we're asking at least for 90 days. And you know, we'll do our best to comply with those violations before the 90 days, but we'd like to have at least 90 days if possible.
City wants to stay with 63 days.
Just so that you understand the circumstances, the tenants are delinquent, and financially it's a struggle for the owner to comply with these violations. So that's also another factor why I'm requesting 90 days. And we'll do our best to do this within 30 days actually, but I'd like to have a little bit of legal room to in case, you know, something happens.
All right, I'm going to grant the 63 days with the exception of the trash and rubbish and debris. However, if you run into a problem, you can contact the inspector and request an extension, but they're only granted if we see diligence. So 63 days, I think would be more than enough time to do this. But if you've got most everything done and you need a little more time on 1 or 2 violations, you can contact the inspector. Okay.
I appreciate that, madam. My inspector, just want to make sure we're dealing with the right person since we've moved offices recently, and it's Jean-Claude Noel, right?
That is correct.
Okay, is Jean-Claude here this morning?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Bonjour, Jean-Claude.
We spoke yesterday.
I'll be in contact with you, Jean-Claude, then. Thank you. Also, could you please verify you have our new mailing address since we've recently moved office?
If we use the mailing address, whatever mailing address you have on Broward County property appraisers, that's the address we use, whatever address is on the tax roll. So if you have your current address on the tax roll, that's the address that we have. If that's not the current address and you're asking for it to be sent to another address, please reach out to Jean-Claude Noel for some notifications or indications that you feel like need to come to a different address. We also just want you to also keep in mind that with the extension that you would have to make sure ahead of time that you're requesting it, that you're requesting to come back before the magistrate. Because once the magistrate makes an order, that order goes into effect for 63 days or $100 a day thereafter. You will have to get back on an agenda in order to get granted additional time. So you would have to make that request prior to expiration in order to get back on a magistrate agenda.
Copy that. Copy that. Who do I make the request with on your website or with Jean-Claude?
So you're going to communicate with your inspector that you need additional time if it comes to that, but we still need to see due diligence that you're moving forward with compliance. So if you see that you're moving forward with compliance and it's extenuating circumstances that prohibits you from complying, he'll reach out to the administrative staff in order to get you put back on a agenda to come before the magistrate.
Copy that. Copy that. All right, guys. Thank you. I'm good. I understood everything. Thank you.
Our next case is page 50. I'm just doing. Next case, page 50, Inspector Jean-Claude Noel, case number CE 2204053.
They can't see me then, but.
Case address 1470 North DC Highway. Owner Wisteria Court Condo Association, Inc. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 5/25/23. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fine start 5/26/23, and this is a request for extension.
Nice page. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Inspector John Planoa from the city of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first heard on March 30th, 2023, where the magistrate granted 56 days to comply. As of today, the 18-1 was complied, 9-305 complied, 47-19.4 D.8 has complied, but two other violations have not complied, which is 9-306. Exterior buildings, walls have been maintained, structural parts, including fascia, soffits, balconies are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. 9-280 H1, the wood fence surrounding this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. And there are sections which are damaged, missing slats, and leaning and not secure. A pre-hearing inspection on May 24th revealed the violations, as stated, are still not in the compliance. I would like the photos that we have as evidence, as depicted, shown on the screen. And the city is opposed to the extension because we would like the fines to start accruing on May 26th, 2023.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, it looks like you made a pretty good start here. Let's hold up with the fence and the exterior walls.
So we're in the process of doing a complete remodel of the building. As you can see, it definitely needs it. The association has issued or approved a special assessment. We have the funding in place. At the last hearing, I think I advised the court that we had a contract that we were kind of negotiating with one of the contractors to move forward with the repairs. The negotiations in that fell through. We had to move on to a second contractor who we were supposed to have an agreed contract provided to us either today or tomorrow. Once we have that, obviously we'll execute that, and then the contractor can move forward with the permitting. But it was really just an issue with the first contractor not presenting a contract to us that had agreeable terms.
Okay, how much time are you asking for?
60 days.
All right. Okay, I'm going to give you a 63-day extension. Do you want him to reappear? Okay, and you will reappear on my July 27th docket. And
Yes, Your Honor.
hopefully by then everything will be done. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case is page 33, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 2303107, case address 1617 Southwest 17th Avenue, owner 1617 Shady Bank Villa LLC. This case was posted at property 5/12/23, posted at City Hall 5/11/23. Good morning, sir. Can you hear us?
Yes. Good morning.
Safely as you can, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear, and that's your left hand.
Sorry.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
That's stop for all red lights.
Yes. What's your name, sir? I think it's Leah L.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
There it says Leah.
Yes, Larry Shenbaum. I'm also on the power of attorney for the case.
Okay, go ahead, Inspector.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale.
Hello.
Can you hear the inspector speaking? Okay, then listen.
Presenting case CE 2303107, 1617 Southwest 17th Avenue. This property was initially inspected on March 30th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 15-282D1A, There is a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property. Could request inspection of 180 days before the special magistrate. The qualifying violation cases are CE 221000568, 15-2783 trash carts, case CE 23030984, 15-2783 trash carts repeat violation, case CE 221200834 parking violation. The city is requesting the full 180-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Why should I not suspend your certificate once after 3 violations?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for having me. I would like to say, I know it's a vacation rental and who wants that in their neighborhood, but I would probably say that if I could write a book and teach every operator in this town how to behave and not be an obstruction and not have issues with the city, I could probably run a department there to teach all the rogue companies that do these vacation rentals and to teach them how to keep peace and how to run things correctly. In this case, we had a long-term tenant 2 months, and he didn't observe the rules of getting the trash in and out from the street. What we have since hired a company, and since that last violation, we have invoices showing that we have a company now arriving there and taking the trash away from the property and not leaving it on the street. We have a neighbor right next door that doesn't want vacation rentals. He's completely, he's not happy. He leans over the fence and yells racial slurs at anybody Spanish. And it's just, he's got a rogue derelict boat of his own. I'm not trying to change the distraction here of what we have, but I understand we have a neighbor that's calling every 5 minutes and he's not pleased with the business next door, but we maintain the peace. And I know that this will never happen again, because we've hired a professional company who's now taking these trash cans off the property every time they fill. And this will never occur again. I have invoices. We sent them to the inspector showing that we've paid now twice to have professional garbage removal. And I ask you today to please, if you can give us a chance. This will never occur again.
So, Your Honor, our magistrate, I would just like to remind you that per the ordinance, how the ordinance reads, when they have 3 violations or more within the same calendar year, that the ordinance reads that they shall have an suspension of 180 days. So we're asking for the suspension.
Okay. Certificate suspended for 180 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello?
Yes, I've ruled this.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Can you hear me, Larry?
Yes, I'm here. Hi, my dear. I can only say that in an industry of short-term rentals, if you have a neighbor that's diligent enough, he can squash a license. Even though we've run that place to perfection, we had him call every single day about trash, and it's our fault. But we definitely have a professional company now that's handling this, and I sent the invoices to the inspector. I think it's a little harsh to just, take away the license.
Unfortunately, because the way the ordinance reads, it says if there's 3 violations in a calendar year, I shall suspend the license. So, I mean, I get that it may be harsh, but you'd have to take that up with the city commission.
Yeah, I'll call a commissioner. I mean, I'm a city official in North Miami Beach, but I just think, again, we have a situation where we have a neighbor who's gone beyond the call to bring us to a level that didn't need to go there. They've run this property to perfection. We're a model for other short-term rental agencies to how things should be done as far as no noise, no parties, no cars. We keep the peace. And for a trash violation to lose a license, it's really a pity. I mean, we're running a business, paying the city taxes, but anyway, that's beyond. You've made your ruling, and I guess I accept. And thank you, everybody, for your time today.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day.
You too.
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22110512, case address 729 Northwest 20th Avenue, owner L. McNoble LLC. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 4/27/23. 5 sections not complied at $50 per day, $7,000 approved. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. Good morning, sir. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. There are still violations that exist, as you can see on the order that was read. I have been in contact with the representative who's on the hearing this morning. He's just communicated to me yesterday through messages that there's a couple of them that may have already come into compliance, so I still need to inspect. Because the property's been in this condition before in other cases, and there's another case still running daily fines, which has been imposed. The city's requesting full imposition at this time. And then I'll just go back there and re-inspect, and then we can, comply what has come into compliance at that time. But, our request right now is for full imposition.
Okay. Sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it taking so long to bring the property into compliance?
It's been the biggest factor, ma'am, is first I'd like to say Quintero has been extremely helpful throughout the process. And it basically comes down to the finances. And just to give you a little history, and I won't go too far into it, it was a property that was rented. And during the COVID eras, the COVID times, we couldn't collect rentals, and then we finally managed to get the tenant out. Most of the violations that were cited were during that time when we could not physically remove the tenant and we couldn't go in and do anything. I know Mr. Quintero has been extremely helpful. What I would request from the city is, since we have made progress, the house is vacant. And on our end, what we have done is, I think I sent pictures to the inspector, made sure that from the exterior, it's not an eyesore. I do understand there are areas that need to be fixed. We've painted the house, we painted the carport. The areas that needed sod, we put sod down. I know Inspector Quintero is going to go by and check if there's anything else that he needs done. We will do that. But it basically comes down to cash flow, which is not by choice, but we did have a tenant in there that couldn't pay the rent, and we couldn't collect, and we couldn't move them out. So
okay, so I'll give you another 35 days to bring the property into compliance, and the inspector will come out and inspect and see, what progress you've made. Does the inspector want a notice to reappear?
I don't think I need it.
Okay.
He's been really good at, communicating and everything, and
okay,
as long as
good.
he complies, and he can just go through the lien reduction for the fines. But I don't think he needs a notice to reappear.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's for all the cases, right, Inspector?
For the violations for this case.
Yes.
The other case that we have, I'll check and we can talk about that one, but this is just for this case, these violations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Our next case is page 9. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 23020221, case address 626 Northwest Penn Terrace, numbers 1 through 5. Owner Off Pass Investment LLC, posted at property 5823, posted at City Hall 51123. Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 23020221, case address 626 Northwest 10 Terrace. This property was first inspected on February 6, 2023, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation of previous case numbers CE 1906-0574, CE 2008-1191, CE 2009-0058, and CE 2104-0570. 9-305B, the landscape at this property and its swell is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation of previous case numbers CE 1906-0574 and CE 2104-0570. 9-306 is complied. However, I'm going to read it in as well. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a recurrent violation of previous case numbers CE 1906-0574, CE 2008-1191, and CE 2009-0058. 47-19.4.B.1 is complied. I will also read it in. There is a dumpster which is being kept street side on the property and not being stored behind the existing building line as required. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 21040570. 47-20.20.H is complied. I'll also read it in. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The surface has cracks, potholes, and the striping is faded or stained with dirt. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 1906-0574. An inspection report was mailed out to the listed owner on Broward County Property Appraiser Records and posted on the property on 2/7/23. Pre-hearing inspection conducted on 5/23/23, and the violations that I advised 18-12A and 9-305B remain. I have been in contact with the property manager who is present here. He's been diligently trying to get things done, but as I mentioned while reading the cases, due to the recurrent nature of these violations on numerous occasions, we're requesting 35 days to come into compliance for the 2 remaining violations, or a fine of $100 per day, and then a finding of fact on the complied violations.
Okay, sir. Do you agree to bring the property into compliance within 35 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
I would like to get extension for 60 days, not 30 days, because it's very hard to communicate with the garbage company. But I'm doing everything that needs to be done. We took over on the property on September. Since then, I'm working with the inspector hand by hand, and he's very helpful. And you can see that 99% from the violation got cured. I would like to have 60 days, and I'm going to do it.
Any objection from the city?
I do not believe that 63 days would be necessary for what's left. Basically, there's just trash and debris throughout the property that needs to be picked up. So 35 days is actually more than enough. Usually we'd ask for 10. And then the landscape, there's just a couple areas, including the swale, that need grass. And so it's not something that, would take 63 days to do. So I think us giving 35 is more than enough time.
For the parking facility as well?
Those are compliant. 9306, 4719, and 4720, those are all compliant.
All right, 35 days or $100 a day thereafter, and a finding of fact for the repeat violation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you.
Our next case, page 45. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 210504557, case address 981 Northwest 16th Avenue, owner Sandra Strong. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 12/8/22. There are a couple suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $25 per day, $1,625 accrued. One section complied at $25 per day, $1,250 accrued, for a total of $2,875. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear. Ms. Strong, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case and address as read. The driveway has been complied on 5/2. They obtained permits and the permits been closed out and everything, so they did everything the right way. The only remaining violation was the landscaping. When I did my pre-hearing inspection on the 23rd, they were in progress, and Ms. Strong actually left me a voicemail yesterday in the evening and then this morning advising that they've completed it. So we wouldn't be opposed to a 10-day extension just so we can go out and check it and then comply it out.
Okay. Ms. Strong, are you in agreement with a 10-day extension to allow the inspector to come out and finish and inspect the landscaping?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
But excuse me.
Yes.
So, what's the price that I have to pay?
Well, at this point, he's going to go out and inspect. If he can comply the case, you're going to have to come back and address the fines that have already accrued.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Our next case is page 4, Inspector Manuel Garcia. Case number CE 230100786, case address 3100 Northeast 32nd Avenue. Owner 3100 EOP LLC, posted at property 51223, posted at City Hall 51123. Good morning, sir. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 230100786 in reference to the property 3100 Northeast 32nd Avenue. This property was initially cited on January 28, 2023 for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280 parentheses B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The exterior floors of the subject property are in disrepair. There are uneven surfaces and without proper support. The exterior walls on the building near the roof area, including the soffits, require maintenance. There are areas that are broken and in deteriorated state. The exterior ceiling in the covered patio area was found to be decaying with stains from water damage. There are areas of exterior roof that are completely decayed, rotten, and not watertight. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. 9-280C, there are rails in the exterior stairs that are missing support and areas that are completely missing rails. That are completely missing rails. 9-280G, there are electrical fixtures that are not maintained in a good, safe working condition, including but not limited to light fixtures and other electrical parts. 9-280H parentheses 1, the fence at the exterior area of the property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence was found to be completely rotted in a complete state of decay. 18-7 the rear opening of the property is open and unsecured so as to allow access to the interior at this vacant property. 47-22.6.G.2, there are signs on the building that are currently advertising the previous business and services at this vacant and abandoned property. Lastly, 18-12.1 has been withdrawn. As per the photos submitted for evidence, the property remains in violation at this time. The city is requesting 63 days for compliance or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay. Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
Good morning, Andrew Shine with Lockery and Chakas representing the property owner.
Hi, Counselor. Is your client in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 63 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Yes, I would like to take some of these violations individually if possible. The landscape overgrowth trash, yes, we can, most of that's already been done, but we can clean up anything that hasn't been done. As to the structural questions, this property is under contract for sale. And will eventually be demolished. We can't demolish it right now, though, because it is under contract. We have an accompanying building code case for the structural issues. We were given until 3 days from today to come up with a structural engineering report stating what repairs need to be made to make the building safe, if any. We do have that structural report now stating that no further repairs, I actually received it this morning, that no further repairs are necessary. So for the things like trash, overgrowth, rubbish, and then making sure the building is inaccessible to the public, yes, that can absolutely be done in 63 days. For the structural issues, though, the property is fenced off right now. It will remain fenced off for the foreseeable future. And at this point, structural repairs, one, aren't required because it's vacant right now and isn't posing any threat to the public. And two, it'll be demolished in the future. So we can meet with the inspector and maybe come back in 63 days to see what of the structural violations would need to be remedied, considering it is a vacant property. So we can clean up the overgrowth trash, all the landscaping within 63 days. And I guess if we can return in 63 days for the other violations to see whether or not they need to be addressed at all.
Yeah, so just for the record, I mean, the building is in overall complete state of decay. And even though the building department does have a separate case on behalf of like the structural aspect of the building, these violations are minimum housing violations, which are more reflected towards the aesthetics and the safety of the people surrounding property. So the city will stick to the 63 days. If they want to request an extension, then we can do so.
We're okay with that and reassessing in 63 days, though I will say again, the property is vacant. It is fenced off from the public, and we have a structural engineer report stating that it does not pose any danger to the public. But we can come back in 63 days to reassess.
Sure. Yeah, so we'll do then 10 days on 18-12A. 9-305B and 18-7 parentheses A. And then for the rest of the violations, mandatory reappearance for 63 days.
Can you repeat which ones were given the 10 days? It's 12A.
The overall trash, overgrowth, and debris, the overall landscape on the property, and the rear opening of the property needs to be secured, because even though you guys at one point had shut it, when I went back to re-inspect, it was opened again. So Understood. It's allowing access. I don't know You guys are having issues with squatters back there, but I would probably do something to secure that area.
Okay, so we're gonna do 10 days on the violations that he just said, the overgrowth, the landscape, and the fencing issue, and 63 days on the rest of them, or $100 a day thereafter, and you're to reappear on my July 27th docket. Okay?
Sounds good. Perfect. Thank you.
Our next case, page 5, Inspector Manuel Garcia. Case number CE 23010157. Case address 2454 Bimini Lane. Owner 2018-3IH Borrower LP in care of Invitation Homes Tax Department. Posted at property 51223. Posted at City Hall 51123.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you turn on your camera?
I put, oh, stop, there we go. Good. I don't know why, but okay, take that out, start my video. Can you see me?
No, we cannot.
Choose video setting. Did that work? I played with my setting. No, it doesn't look like it. I do apologize. Once it took me to the panel, it was like something totally different. Virtual background, video.
Do you have anything covering your camera?
No. I have, no, I don't have green screen mirror, my video, virtual background, none, filter, none.
Do you see where it says start video?
Yes, the X is not over it.
Okay, so there's something covering your.
I don't know how, there's nothing. I'm on my laptop, there's nothing. Oh, oh, it's a little slide button. I'm so sorry. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 23010157, reference the property 2454 Bimini Lane. The subject property was initially cited on January 5th, 2023 for the following violations. A-91(C). There's a mooring structure in disrepair at the rear of this property, and this condition is found to be unsafe and in an unsatisfactory condition due to this structure leaning and without support. 9-313(A) has been complied. As per the photo submitted for evidence to depict, the property remains in violation at this time. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $150 per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. My name is Danielle McMahon. I'm the Senior Compliance Specialist for Invitation Homes or IH Property, and I am a representative of the owner.
All right, is your client willing to bring the property into compliance within 35 days or face a fine of $100 a day? $150 a day. I wrote 150, but I don't believe it.
Is that 35 days of pulling the permit or 35 days from the permit inspection and everything else?
Well, he's asking for 35 days to bring the property into compliance, which would mean everything. How much time do you think you need?
We just got a vendor who finally accepted and can do it. We're actually looking to replace the entire deck entirely, so we probably would need more time. So anywhere from 60 to 90 days if we're able to.
City have any objection to 63 days?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, 63 days or $150 a day thereafter. If you run into trouble, make sure you contact your inspector.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Are we also doing the other case or at the same time, or do I wait again?
Is there another case that they're on?
Not that I have.
That's the address.
What's the address?
2017 Northeast 29th Court. I came to the downtown on 4/27, I think it was, and there was a sign that said it was canceled. So I wasn't sure if it would move to this one.
Yeah.
Dorian?
Which 28?
Which one?
This one. Yes.
Yeah. Yes, we'll hear that second case now. Sorry.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Second or third case.
The second.
Our next case is page 28. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number C22120442, case address 2017 Northeast 29th Court, owner Sway 2014-1 Borrow LLC, posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Cologne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 2120442. Case address 2017 Northeast 29th Court. This property was first inspected by Inspector Jai Prashad on December 15, 2022. And the following violations were found. 184C has been complied. And 9305A, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. Excuse me. Sorry, that's 9305B. And let me repeat that just for the record. 9305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat, well-kept appearance, and there are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 24, 2023, and the violation remains as depicted in the photos for the record. And the city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name again for the record.
No problem. My name again is Danielle McMahon. I'm the Senior Compliance Specialist for Sway, and I'm a representative of the landlord.
Okay, you're still under oath. Are you in agreement to the 10 days to take care of the landscaping?
No problem. Our resident does live there. We did give him time to do it. If he has not done it, we'll go ahead and send our vendors to take care of it and charge back the resident. So I have no problem with that. 10 days is fine.
Okay, thank you very much. 10 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Thank you. I want to get it on.
Sorry.
That's right.
Our next case, page 36, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 2208-0124, case address 3501 West Davie Boulevard, owner Bayshore at Davie Limited in care of CBS number 981-01. This case was first heard 01-26-23 to comply by 25-23 and then 3-9-23. 3 sections complied at $50 per day, $3,850 approved, and the city is requesting the full amount. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Morning, Your Honor. Senior Code Compliance Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2208-0124 for the property located at 3501 West Davie Boulevard. This property was first inspected on August 8th, 2022, and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell along Southwest 12th Place. 18-4C, which is complied. Excuse me, 9-305B, 47-20.20.H, 9-306. All the violations are currently complied. This case was first went to the magistrate on January 26th, and the special magistrate filed for the city. Compliance deadlines were given, And re-inspections were continued until full compliance was observed on March 24th as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines for the days that the property was out of compliance.
Okay, who's speaking on behalf of the property owner?
Yes, hi, this is Kevin Kane from Gray Robson. I'm here on behalf of the tenant and the property owner. I saw, and again, we were just engaged on this matter, so we haven't been able to see any past orders imposing fines or the notice of violation, but the notice of hearing showed that, and sorry if I missed this, but what was the date on which the property has been brought into compliance that was just stated by the inspector?
It's March 24th, 2023. It was the overgrowth and trash was out of compliance for 47 days at $50 a day. That's $2,350. The other two were out of compliance for 15 days at $750 a piece.
Understood. And I wanted to note that we did submit invoices this morning showing when the work was done to address the issues. I don't know if those are, have you been able to view those? We just received them earlier this morning. So that work has been done as of 3/27 and 3/24. I don't know if that's the same dates. Again, there was confusion with the notice of hearing. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure that these dates were correct.
Okay, so are you telling me that 9-305B and 47-20.20H were in compliance as of 3/27, 3/20? We have 24.
That's
So-
correct, 3/24.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
So that's consistent with our record.
okay. Then if that's the case, then there's no, we agree to that, and we just ask for 60 days to make payments.
Okay, I'm gonna impose the fine and you'll get an order in the mail with further instructions on how to pay.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 24, Inspector Bulgari Dentist, case number CE 2212057, case address 1143 Northwest 18th Street, owner Nikita Bryant, posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand?
Can you hear? Okay.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2212-0587, property address 1143 Northwest 18th Street. Property was first inspected on December 21st, 2022, and the following violation were discovered. 18-4C, there are multiple derelict vehicles parked on this property: a silver BMW with no tag and flat tire, a white Mercedes with no tag, and a white Ford van with expired tag. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property as well. Violation 9-305, 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia boards and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. So notice of hearing was posted on property on May 10th, 2023, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 18th, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation, or fine of $25 for each violation each day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Nikki
The property
Bryant.
owner there?
You're going, say it again, you're going in and out. Even
okay.
When he was speaking, is in and out.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
So you.
Yeah, ma'am, can
I
you
can
hear
I can hear you. I can hear you, Miss. Yes, I can, but they're going in and out.
They are.
And I wanted to hear what he said that the city was proposing. Because I have my violations
The city is
with me.
proposed.
I just
Okay. All right, you have your violations in front of you. The city is proposing 35 days. Can you bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
I'm going to ask, can I have a little more time? I am bringing everything into, I remove cars. I'm also, cutting, the painting. So I'm not just sitting still. I am working on it. I'm aware of it. So I'm just asking for a little more time than 35 days. I'm a single parent, so I'm juggling everything right now. But it will be, I'm working towards it.
Okay, did you say the cars had been removed already?
Yep, the van has been removed. The Mercedes have been removed. The BMW, however, I have a tag with just going to get it registered, the up-to-date decal. The tag just wasn't on it.
All right,
So it just needs to be up to date.
Okay, all right, I'm going to give you 35 days for the BMW and to remove all the trash and debris. And I will give you 63 days to take care of the exterior building walls, okay?
Okay, I just want to repeat what you just said. You said 35 days for the BMW, and you said 63 days for the debris. I just wanted to.
No, ma'am, that's not what she said, ma'am. Ms. Bryant, that's not what she said. That's not what she said. She said 35 days to address the BMW, 35 days for the overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris, and then more time for the building to fix the building's peeling paint. So
okay, so 35. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Roger, maybe you should take this one because she's not hearing me. Okay.
So ma'am, for the first two, 35 days, and then the second one is the 63 days.
So one moment. You said the first two, which was for the cars, which is the BMW is the only one, and that's 35 days. And you said second, you said two. You said two was 35, correct?
Correct. The BMW and the overgrowth, trash, and debris, both 35 days. The last violation, which relates to the exterior building walls, 63 days.
And the last one, which is for the paint and everything on the interior, that's 63 days.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to something. I just wanted to say that I'm on a corner lot and I'm constantly, for some reason, it's a dumpster. They just come by, they throw things out of their vehicles all the time. I'm finding all kind of bottles, trash. if finished and completed their meals, they put aside. So it's like a constant thing that I'm going through. So it's not as if I'm just throwing the trash out there. So I mean, I'm picking it up, I'm doing it, and it's like I'm picking up the others. It's not even me.
Okay, we understand. Thank you. All right, next case.
Next case also page 24. Inspector Bo reads that case number CE 221207999. Case address 1237 Northwest 17th Street. Owner I Love Florida Real Estate LLC. Posted at property 51023. Posted at City Hall 51123.
Morning. Start my video.
Good morning, sir. Will you please raise your right hand?
Good morning.
Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, everybody, for a great job today. I'm loving this Zoom call.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Census on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 22120799. Property address 1237 Northwest 17th Street. This property was first inspected on December 30, 2022, and the following violation was discovered. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-304B. There are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. Violation 47-34.1.A.1 is in compliance. Violation 9-280H1. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. It has posts that are leaning, that are in areas where the mesh is not attached to the post. In violation 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. Notice of hearing was posted on property on May 10, 2023, and the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 18, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. I have been in touch with property owner. He's probably on here just to say that everything is done, everything is in compliance. But the city is going to request 35 days, all fine of $25 for each violation each day thereafter. And I can conduct a reinspection for him if everything is done according to him.
Okay, sir, please state your names for the record.
Alessandro Moran Peralta. Sorry, it's a very long name.
Okay, Mr. Barosa, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 35 days? So that I understand that some of it's already done. The inspector will come out and re-inspect within that 35 days.
Well, thank you for those pictures because they bring me bad memory from those bad tenants. After they moved out, first, I didn't want to evict those tenants in December because it was the holidays, it was Christmas, and they had kids, even though the house was a big mess. And I was the person that called the city because they didn't want to move out. They stopped paying rent, even if it was the holidays. So okay, I called the city, but I'm requesting 60 days, if you don't mind, Your Honor, please, because I take very much pride in maintaining the property. And if I show you I only got a 12-day notice right here. I got this notice from the city at the address for the company on May the 12th. And once I received it, I got right on top of it. I was calling the SAC company to get it delivered. And once I get a notice, I'll take care of it right away. But 12 days is not enough time because I think you guys were sending it to the wrong address, even though on the property appraiser, it was showing the correct address. But I am taking personal and pride in maintaining this property because it's a beautiful property, and I'll make sure it's well taken care of because I love the property, and for a lot of it's a beautiful place to live, and I would love every property to be well maintained. But if you give me 60 days, I'll take care of everything that needs to be taken care of, and I appreciate the hardworking inspector there for working with me, and I hope you give me the 60 days so I can take care of business.
So the only thing left is to remove the vehicles, repair the fence, and maintain the. So I think 35 days.
Well, if the inspector could pass by today or whenever he can, and then he let me know what he needs, because we did the sod, we did the fence, and there's no vehicle back there. And the tent, yeah.
I'm going to grant the 35 days and the inspector will come out and re-inspect and he'll talk to you about anything that's remaining, okay?
I really appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. Dame un segundo. Ya.
Next case, page 42, Inspector Bovary Exantis. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 22030756, case address 1413 Northwest 11th Street, owner Nassim and Yafa Amir. This case was first heard 7/8/28/22 to comply by 9/1/22. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. 4 sections complied at $50 per day, $9,150 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case and address as read by the clerk. This case has appeared before the magistrate for a total of 4 times. At this time, property is in compliance. The city is requesting administrative costs of $915.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Nassim Amir.
All right. Are you in agreement with the reduction to city costs of $915?
I'll be fine with that. If it's not, I'll be fine with that.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very
915
much.
for city. You're welcome.
I want to say this, that property is in the same. But the name is not on the list.
Okay, well. Next case, page 44. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 21110148. Case address 943 Northwest 14th Street. Owner Costley M. Kutain. This case was first heard at 7/28/22 to comply by 9/29/22. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section not complied at $25 per day, $4,125 accrued. 2 sections complied at $25 per day, $2,725 accrued, $6,850 total. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. No respondent?
No response.
Okay. Which one is Beverly's case? Which one? Our next case, page 32. Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22110559, case address 323 Mola Avenue, owner Ashita Homestead LLC, posted at property 5923, posted at City Hall 51123.
Honestly,
Yes.
please raise your right hand. Do you swear to affirm to speak the truth in today's hearing?
Yeah. For the record, magistrate, those are, ladies who stormwater, facilities that we just going to get this case. Okay.
Three people.
The attorney is signing, Sammy is the owner. Thirty covers the attorney. And Fredas is the attorneys. And Ronnie is the owner.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Mr. Furr, will you please raise your right hand?
I won't be providing any testimony. I'm just an attorney in here in Texas. Mr. Ian Kravitz is the attorney that's handling it. The Veranis are the landowners.
Okay, thank you. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
You.
They're not providing testimony. I'm just.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Glenn for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 22110559. Case address 323 Mola Avenue. The property was first inspected by our stormwater team on November 22nd, 2022 during a high tide event, and the following violation was found. 47-19.3 F4. The seawall at this property is in disrepair. All property owners must maintain their seawalls in good repair. Seawall is presumed to be in disrepair if it allows for upland erosion, transfer of material through the seawall, or allows tidal waters to flow unimpeded through the seawall to adjacent properties or the public right of way. An inspection report was to the owner on record per BCPA 11/28/2022, allowing 60 days to initiate a process, including but not limited to hiring a contractor or submitting a building permit, and be able to demonstrate progress towards repairing the cited defect within 60 days of receiving the notice from the city and complete the repair within 365 days of citation. The city of the stormwater team is here to speak on the actual inspections that they conducted, but the city is requesting 63 days to obtain a permit showing forward progress, and after issuance of permit, 365 days would be allowed for the completion, and or a fine of $100 a day thereafter, and we would also request a mandatory reappearance as well.
On my July 27th docket. That's the 63 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And also, I apologize. I would like everything, all the photos and whatever's on the screen to be entered for the record.
Okay. Whoever's speaking on behalf of the property owner, please state your name for the record.
My name is Ian Kravitz. I'm an attorney representing the property owners.
Okay, is your client in agreement to seek and obtain a permit within 63 days and make the repairs within 365 days?
They are, with one
After
critical.
the permit.
I'm sorry, ma'am. There was a delay.
That's okay. Once the permit's issued, you have 365 days to do the repairs.
My clients, as they always have, agree to do what the city needs to be done. In this particular instance, we do have one strong condition precedent that needs to happen, and that's mutual cooperation. And if Your Honor will just bear with me to give you a brief history, it'll be clear what I'm talking about. So this has gone on for several years now. Back in 2014-15, the city notified my clients that they needed to conduct repairs, significant repairs to the seawall because it was in disrepair. They went ahead, the city told them what needed to be done, even suggested who to use, what engineers, what contractors, did all that. Did the work, spent the money, the city came out, the city signed off on the permit, signed off on every inspection. and we thought we were done. Fast forward to 2021. We get to 2021, and now for the second time, the city comes up and says, there's water seeping between the prior seawall and the new seawall that was constructed in 2015. It's seeping up through the gravel. You need to fix it. Again, they told us how to fix it, and it should be in your files as well. There's photographs. I uploaded some of them. Basically, they had us take out the gravel that you've seen in the video that was just shown to you that spans multiple properties, not just my clients. They had us excavate that between the seawalls, install a certain amount of concrete. It was done through a licensed contractor and engineer that the city actually didn't quote recommend, but suggested. And they did that. And in less than 2 years ago, the city has signed off saying this seawall is in perfect condition. You've done everything we've asked. Well, here we are again, and it's important for Your Honor to understand this particular location. It's low-lying. The city knows of the problems here. There's problems all around, not just anything that could exist with this seawall. You have high tides, low elevation, and the hydrostatic pressure from the water coming up through the road itself causes problems up and down this road. Now, November 22nd, when they came out to inspect, because during the king tides, they were out to inspect why it was flooding on Las Olas Boulevard. Higher elevation, not coming from this seawall. They then went to Isle of Capri and found that flooded as well, and then Mola Avenue. Now, the only thing we've been given that gives us any insight as to what the city's talking about is that video you just saw that was taken at night on a cell phone, which shows water trickling through gravel. This gravel bed spans, like I said, multiple properties. It doesn't show where the water's coming from, how it's getting into that gravel bed from the neighbor's seawall, from under the road, from up the block. It doesn't tell us anything. So we've been in communication with the city since we received notice a couple weeks ago. And I keep trying to get the city to explain what they're looking for. And the response I get is, read your notice. So I read my notice. And then I said, I've read the notice. I still don't know what you want. And they're like, it says it right there. Your seawall's in disrepair. My response, and this is all in emails we can provide. My response is, tell me why it's in disrepair. How is this seawall in disrepair? Well, disrepair is, and it lists, just like the notice does, here are the several items that could cause a seawall to be in disrepair. Not what makes this seawall in disrepair, not what they expect to be done to pull a permit within 65 days. None of that. We're left in the dark as to what the city wants. And in fairness to the city, I don't think the city knows what to do here because this area.
Council, don't speak for the city, please. We're perfectly capable of speaking for ourselves. So don't speak.
Well, I apologize if I've offended anybody's sensitivities today. That's not my intention. The bottom line,
sensitivities, it's just don't speak for the city. Speak on behalf of your client.
I have been trying to, ma'am. And I've been trying to in emails and telephone calls with city officials and former city officials like Raj Verma, who have told us all this. You can speak to him and anybody in your office as well. We have it. I do expect to get some opportunity to speak. I know there's a delay here, but I am trying to finish my presentation to explain to the special master, the neutral party, why my client has no idea what the city wants, what they want them to pull a permit for. The brand new seawall that was approved less than 2 years ago. We need some insight. And if the city can't provide that insight, we're going to need a lot more time to have engineers who are going to have to do excavation and other testing to find out if there is any issue with this seawall that to date, and despite all my emails and inquiries, nobody at the city, hopefully somebody at the table can tell me what is wrong with this seawall that is leaving the city to believe it's in disrepair, where the water's coming from and what they want done so my clients can proceed to put this behind them.
Okay, I'm gonna allow the city to call the witnesses from the stormwater department, and hopefully it'll be made clear to you, Councilor.
And prior to calling the stormwater facility team, will clarify what a witness they went out. Just want to make it clear that when the notice was first given, the notice states that you have 63 days as far as showing forward progress to obtain a contractor and or obtain a permit to correct violations, which was that the seawall was in disrepair. No one reached out to the city until May, which was their attorney per at that time, well, end of April, when he actually reached out to the inspector the very first time. That was months after the violation had been given. That was when he received his notice to appear. So no one reached out prior to obtain a contractor or to obtain a permit to go forward with correcting the violation at hand. And we'll let the stormwater facilities, the chief stormwater facility, comment to what he saw the night that he went out.
Yeah, how you doing? I'm Edward Schuler, Stormwater Operations Chief. The night me and Chris went out, we went to go check the drains on Isle of Capri because that's where all the complaints coming from. So we noticed when the tide started rising, the water was coming from off Mola Avenue because all the drains on Isle of Capri on the corner of Mola and Isle of Capri was down. It was dry. So we walked around to the 323 property across in the gravel area, and that's where the water was seepage from, coming through the seawall. So that's where we noticed the breach. We even checked the outfall that's going on the corner of that seawall, and it was nothing to do with the outfall. It was about what, 30 feet, 25 feet from the edge. So that's when we noticed that was the seawall breach, and we put everything in our work order.
Okay, anything else?
May I ask this gentleman a question or two?
Certainly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, you said you originally went over there because there were complaints from the Isle of Capri regarding flooding?
Yes.
And you said the drains of the Isle of Capri were dry?
The area was dry, so we waited till high tide came in. And then I noticed water was creeping around off Mola Avenue, and we trailed the water. That's where we found the coming through the gravel. Then we inspected the seawall, and we saw it coming through there, and the outfall was in perfect condition.
But at that point in time, Isle of Capri wasn't flooded from that condition.
It was getting flooded from the seepage through the seawall.
So when you inspected it, was it dry or was it not dry? I'm not following.
No, Isle of Capri was dry. We waited for tide to get the rise. We always check these things during high tide to make sure that there's nothing missed.
Well, I guess I'm confused over a couple things. One is, why would there be complaints from Isle of Capri if it was dry? That would be my first question.
It was complaints from the morning, but we waited till the tide rise. We can't check it during low tide. You don't see nothing. So we went out during high tide. We noticed that the property on the corner, that their drains was covered with concrete. They had abandoned their drains, but the drain in the city right away, we had filter cloth in it. We pulled the filter cloth, and there wasn't no water ponded in that area. Then during the inspection, we was about to leave. That's when we noticed the water coming off Mola Avenue.
Okay, and the water you noticed that was shown in that video, how far did it expand at the time you were watching it?
It was expanding about almost up the street, because I'm the one that took the video of the water coming through the gravel.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's not groundwater that's coming through.
And I see the water trickling through the gravel, but do you have anything showing that water proceeding up to the Isle of Capri?
Yes.
Okay, was that in the presentation that was presented today, or is that something else that could be provided?
It's something that can be provided. It's
Okay.
over the records.
Okay, and just for the record, Special Master, I did a public records request. I got a video, that video, and 3 photos. I followed up asking why I haven't gotten everything. I got 2 more emails, and I still haven't gotten that. I haven't gotten the photographs identified in your inspection report. An inspection report, sir, that I think you will admit says that you were there not to investigate the Isle of Capri, but because there was flooding on Las Olas Boulevard. Isn't that accurate?
No, not Las Olas, no.
So those documents provided to me that were supposed to be inspection reports from November 22nd are not accurate.
Well, for what I got Isle of Capri, so I don't know nothing about Las Olas.
I understand it. And one last question, sir. You said that you noted the seawall breach. Other than water in this gravel area, what part of your inspection led to the conclusion by your department that there was a seawall breach?
Because that's where it was coming from, and it was flooding the whole Avenue. Like I said, I can get the inspector, she had the city works number and she can give you the number. You can go look at all the photos and all the notes that's on them. But it's more than 3 photos.
And when your inspection of the seawall breach, you said that's where the water came from. I know it was coming from the gravel area, but did you guys see it coming through the seawall itself?
You could see it coming around under it, because if it was coming over the seawall, then I mean the tide was king tide, entirely too high. But the seawall was down, the water was down above the seawall, and it was coming through. You could see it percolating coming out.
Coming out of the gravel.
Yes.
But we don't know how the water got under that gravel.
Counsel, Magistrate, I'm going to object to that. He's mischaracterizing the inspector's testimony. The inspector has clearly testified that he inspected the seawall and he saw the water breaching the seawall.
I'm asking for clarification because he didn't see water coming through the seawall, ma'am. He saw water in the gravel area that spans multiple properties without any knowledge of where it came from, other than it came from underneath somehow.
And then, counsel, you must not have been paying attention, because he clearly stated in his prior testimony that he inspected the seawall and saw the water coming through the seawall.
Sir, can you please elaborate? If you see water coming through the seawall?
I'm trying not to speak over me, okay? I'm going to ask the inspector. Okay, can you clarify that one point? Because I thought I heard you say as well that you witnessed a breach of the seawall.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And that's how we notified that the water was coming through the seawall. Because it was coming. Water finds its point to get through anyway, and that was the weakest point, I guess, through the gravel. And if you trace back, it was only like 4 or 5 feet from the seawall.
Yeah, so the clarification, so it didn't breach it. Verbiage sent to them said that it was seeping through.
As far
as clarity as the location, that's the only seawall over there on that side. Their property is actually across the street, where they own the seawall adjacent across the street from there. And that's the only seawall. Their property for that seawall, other than the one that's at the very corner, but they were at the location where the seepage was coming through the seawall.
Okay, all right, I've heard enough. I'm going to grant the city's request for 63 days to file for a permit, and thereafter 365 days. In the meantime, I'm going to request that you cooperate with counsel and provide him with any pictures or whatever that he's requesting, okay? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Your Honor, wasn't there a mandatory reappearance in 63 days?
Yes, that would be on my July 27th docket, but I think I lost the attorney. So if the homeowners will let him know, it will also be in the order that will go out.
I don't think that. I'm not sure if he's speaking, Rhonda, or if he can hear, but he's still there, and Mr. Milani is still there.
And we will heard everything that was said.
He's back.
Yeah, I was able to hear and see you. You just couldn't hear or see me.
So we'll see you in 63 days.
Yes, ma'am. July docket.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 29, Inspector Dorian Lein. Case number CE 23020651, case address 1801 Northeast 54th Street, owner Sunshine Community Solutions LLC, posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Michael. Let's get a 5-minute break. Or after this video.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Floyd for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 2302-0651, case address 18 Northeast 54th Street. This property was first inspected by Inspector Jack Prashad on February 18th, 2023, and the following violations were found. 9305A has been complied. 9305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the swell area including the swell area of this property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 22nd, 2023, and the violation remains as depicted in the photos for the record. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a fine the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
So please state your name for the record.
My name is Michael Acosta.
Okay, Mr. Acosta, can you bring the property into compliance within 35 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
I would like to ask for an extension on that, but in regards to the property not being maintained, it's not due to us not maintaining it. The city has been, I'm not sure if it's the city, but it's been FPL, it's been several companies. I was not able to upload any of the pictures through the site this morning. But I have pictures of the city working there. They've been working there for about at least 6 months, I want to say, if not more. Removing a light pole or removing, digging underground wires. They did replace.
Are you seeing the pictures that are coming across the screen?
Yes, I did see those. I have seen those pictures, yes.
Okay, all right. And that's your property that has
Yes.
missing ground cover on it. Okay, all
Yes,
right.
my company
35 days, $100 thereafter.
I don't think you.
35 days to get the
Can I have
property into
an extension
compliance.
to 63 days?
Why?
Just financial reasons.
February, but it's an LLC.
What page was I on? I had already.
20.
What is the city?
So they only had 2 violations to correct, and this is opened in February, so they had that time there. I know what he's talking about with the FPL, but that has nothing to do with their landscaping all the way up on their property, and it needs to be corrected. I think 35 days is enough time, and I just, for the record, this is an LLC.
Okay. All right, 35 days or $100 a day thereafter, and we're in recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
I think. Hello? Hello?
The hearing's in recess right now, sir, for 5 minutes.
Oh, no,
Okay.
we're just trying to clean up.
We're trying to clean
We're
up
trying
some
to clean
people
up,
running.
yeah. What's the case you heard about?
The case is CE
I'm sorry, give me the address.
831 Southwest 28th Terrace, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
All right, the case is,
3331.
the case is complied. So you don't have to be on the hearing today?
So I don't have to be in it?
Nope.
Okay.
Have a good day.
You have a good day too.
Thank you.
Well, you know, I'm when.
You ain't no win. It's over. Stay safe. Stay safe.
Emmanuel.
You know, I swear.
Good morning, Mr. Nash. Mr. Nash.
Mr. Nash, can you hear us? Mr. Nash, if you can hear us, please raise your hand. Okay, he can hear us.
Good morning, Mr. Nash. What's the address you heard about today?
We can't hear him.
Oh.
He can hear us though. It doesn't work.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes. What's the address you heard about today?
It's 440 Carolina Avenue, Fort Lauderdale.
Well,
zip
the
code.
case is complete. The inspector complied the case, so you don't have to be here today.
Thank you so very much.
Have a good day. Kevin and Ricardo.
Together or one? Or
I believe they're here together.
Hello.
Ricardo.
Good morning, Ricardo.
Good morning.
What's the address you hear about today?
Yes, so it's 7110 or 710 to 716 Northwest 57th Street, JJ Auto.
Right, for Sarich?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
The city is gonna request no fines. I think I spoke with you earlier today about it, so you don't have to be.
Yes. Okay, I just wanted to be on the call just in case and explain anything if that was needed, but I appreciate that. Okay, thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. Okay.
Kevin too.
I think it's the same, yeah. Kevin? Hello?
Yes.
Are you
Good morning.
You're here for the same case, 712?
Yes.
Right, same thing. We're asking for 0 fines, so you don't have to be here.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too.
Fabiola?
Fabiola. Pierre. Yeah.
Good morning, Ms.
Hello.
Pierre.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's the address you hear about today?
It's 650 East Dayton Circle, Fort Lauderdale, 33312.
Your case is complied, so you don't have to be on today. The inspector
Okay.
complied your case.
I'm sorry?
The inspector complied your case, so you don't have to be at the hearing today.
Okay, thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too, bye-bye.
I have my own. Everything here is. Our apartment,
Is one on dead?
one, yes.
Good morning, Laura.
She's still muted. Laura, if you can hear us, please unmute your microphone.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Laura. You're here for 1421 Northwest First.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Who am I speaking with? Do you have a power of
This,
attorney?
yes, I do.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you email that to?
The power of attorney, you mean?
Yes, to speak. on
Yes,
behalf
I'll email that to you right now.
Is
What's
Laura
the
Park, is Laura
email
Parkman
address?
is Laura Parkman present?
This is me right here. This is my husband, Joseph Parkman speaking. I just.
Okay. Yeah, just email it to.
Where am I emailing it to?
Special magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov.
Special magistrate. Can you do it here to come? I make sure to do it. Special magistrate what?
FortLauderdale.com.
.gov.
.gov. What? Hello.
Hello.
Hi, is okay, we have it. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Hello?
1 second.
1 second, sir. Okay. Hello?
Inspector Dory Lein, case number CE 220903334, case address 721 Southwest 7th Avenue, owner 721 Tarpon River LLC. This case was first heard 12/13/22 to comply by 12/23/23, and then 14/23, one suspension from 2/14/23 through 3/28/23. Two sections comply $50 per day, $6,950 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Sir, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to the truth today?
Yes, I do.
We can't hear you.
You hear me? I said I do. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, perfect. Can the panel hear me? Hello, hello.
Hello. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Inspector Cloyan for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22090334, case address 721 Southwest 7th Avenue. This property was first inspected on September 22nd, 2022, and brought before the magistrate on December 13th, 2022. At that hearing, special magistrate Ansbro ordered 10 days to complete thereafter. And then for the violations, 18-1, for those violations, sorry, and remaining 3 days, $50 per day thereafter. There were also 14 for again, and then special magistrate Ansbro granted another additional 42 detention on the violation just for 306 for the exterior.
Okay.
This house was going to be demoed. And all the other fines were would continue to accrue.
Okay.
So all violations are in compliance now as depicted in the photos for the record. Just to kind of bring you up to speed, 9306 did not accrue any fines. So he did have it demoed. But we had a little bit of a delay on the 1812A and 18-1, both public nuisance violations. And that is where the fines had accrued the $6,950. However, he has been very cooperative and he did get it into compliance. So the city would like to ask for a reduction in the fines for a total of $1,390, which is 20%.
Okay.
And I would also,
That's okay.
And I would also like all the photos for the record, entered for the record.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Rafi Anak. I'm one of the property owners, and I was the one that was in contact with Inspector Colonian throughout this process.
Are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to $1,390 from $6,950?
I appreciate the reduction and the understanding from the city, from Inspector Colonian and you guys as well. The only one thing I'd like to mention is that, as was mentioned, we had bought this property to do a redevelopment. When we got the violation, we weren't ready to start the construction yet. So that's why we hadn't demoed the house. When we did receive the violation, we accelerated the process of demoing it. But obviously that takes some time, to hire a contractor, put all the paperwork together.
The demo part is not what caused the fines. What caused the fines was the trash, rubbish, and debris that could have been picked up right away, and all of the tools, cardboard boxes, and miscellaneous items under the porch that could have been cleaned up. So under the circumstances, I think that it's generous to the city, and the $1,390 reduction, it reduced to $1,390. The other violations did not accrue any fines.
Right. And what I was getting to was that when we did do the cleanup, we did about 90% of it right away. And I had showed the magistrate at one of the hearings, I believe in January, and he agreed. He said, yes, you did do a good job cleaning it, but we couldn't finish that final 10% because it was going to be part of the demolition. And I had asked at that hearing if they could just stop the fines from accruing until we demo it. And he said, no, but if I'm cooperative and I comply, that the city would take that into consideration. So all I just want to say is we never wanted to be out of compliance. We never wanted to have any issues with the city. If the city did incur fees, obviously in the hearings and inspections, we're willing to pay that. Anything over that, the best you could do, I'd appreciate it. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. I suspect that the city costs are not that much lower than that. So I'm going to grant the $1,390. And I think the city took into consideration your diligence on this, and we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll get something in the mail in order to make that payment.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Our next case, page 40, Inspector Dorian Lein, case number CE 22100241, case address 30 Compass Point. Owner Michael Martinez Manso. This case was first heard 2623 to comply by 22323. Suspension from 333 to 52523. One section not complied at $50 per day. $1,750 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear. Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
All right, Doreen.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Lein for the city of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22100241, case address 30 Compass Point. This property was first inspected by Inspector Prashad on October 12, 2022, and brought before the magistrate on January 26, 23. And at the January 26, 2023 hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. It was heard again on March 30th, 2023. And at that hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn granted an additional 56-day extension and an order to reappear on today's docket. As of May 15, 2023, violation 9306 remains as depicted in the photos for the record. And the city is asking for full imposition of fines, which continues to accrue.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Michelle Martinez.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, why hasn't the building been painted yet?
Ma'am, the building has been demoed, as I stated on the last hearing.
Oh,
it's been demoed.
And we have a demo permit that expires on July 17th, but as you can see on that pictures, the structure is not there. It's only a few walls remaining that will not be demoed, and it's part of the approved plans.
So there is no doubt, there is no permit in the system. I'm not sure if that leaving the few walls constitutes not doing a permit.
Upstairs. This is the same case. I'm sorry if I'm not mistaken, Your Honor, that it was because of the fact that they had, at one point in time, they were ordered to reappear because the demo permit that they had in the system did not depict what was actually happening at the property, wherein the top part of the building was still there, but the second floor, the one on the second level had been like partially, it was a partial demo and not a full demo. So that's why they were ordered to reappear, because they were saying that what was on the building permit system, what was not what they had applied for their permit. We got the building, explained that to the building department. The building department then corrected what was supposed to be corrected on the permitting system. They still have not, I guess, completed the other portion of the demo that's supposed to be demo. Because now he's saying that they're going to do a full demo, correct?
No, we're gonna do what it was applied for. And it's a partial demo. It's a full demo, the second floor, which is done. And the first floor, I believe is 20% of the walls will stay, since we will build the same footprints of the structure, and these walls have to stay remaining, so we don't lose the setbacks and grandfather in. But it's whatever is left is as per approved permits. And that permit information and drawings was provided to you guys. And I have a list of people that I provided it to, including Stephanie Bass on March 28th.
Right, that was the corrected permit. That was the corrected permit for what it was supposed to be permitted for. But it would still say that the portion of the wall that still had stains on it, that portion, whether or not that portion had been demoed or did that portion still have stains on it?
The walls that are remaining on the
Because you were
first
saying
story,
that,
the walls that are remaining on the first story, if you check the approved permits, is calling for those walls to be remaining. And it was approved and agreed by the city of Florida.
so regardless of his calls for those walls to be remaining, if the permit calls for those walls to be remaining, that doesn't mean that it calls for the walls to stay stained and dirty. If they're gonna remain, they still have to be clean.
And who's saying that the walls are not clean? You mean I have to paint the walls that are remaining? That's what you want me to do?
That's what the original violation was for. It said that the exterior walls were stained and dirty.
But that was when the structure was over 10,000 square foot and it was not demo. Nobody's saying that the walls that we have, that the walls that remains, they have to get painted. I can paint that in 24 hours.
It said the exterior building wall, so that was the entire structure, not just part of the structure. Yes.
So according to the law, I have to paint the 4 walls. That's what you're saying.
You have a portion of the walls that are still stained and dirty. You need to make sure that those are painted and are fresh walls are clean.
Yeah, I don't have any dirty walls unless you can prove that I have dirty walls on.
Well, we've already had a hearing on whether the walls were dirty or not. So, you know, we're not here to rehear that part of it. And if there are walls that are still remaining after the demo process, then those walls have been already deemed to be dirty and have missing and peeling paint.
Okay, a quick question. And again, the walls are not dirty. It's just all walls with all paint. Do you guys need me to paint the walls?
If you have any areas that have missing or peeling paint, or that appears stained and dirty, yes, absolutely, paint the walls. So if you paint the walls, you should be in compliance. For the walls that are remaining that are not part of the demo permit.
Okay.
Okay.
So do I get any time to paint the walls?
Jeff, that's not a problem. We can, just for your clarification, as you're stating that you didn't understand that the remaining walls that were there needed to be painted, we can allow additional 35 days for you to take care of those remaining walls that are not part of that permit, that demo permit, to be painted.
Okay,
Say the fines, any fines to be.
Do you understand that there is an HOA that I will have to submit a color approval to paint these walls? I cannot just go there and paint in any color. Can I get 90 days for it?
Okay, so I just wanted clarity because when you said before that you could have had it done in 24 hours, so now we're going from 24 hours to you need approval from the HOA. So which one is it?
I still can do it in 24 hours or less, but I will not be in compliance with the HOA unless I get a color permitted by the HOA. Is that understandable?
I understand what you're saying, but you're saying that it's going to take the HOA 91 days to approve your color permit?
Well, they took 2 months to respond to a seawall that we're trying to rebuild, and I have to stop that.
Sir, I'm going to give you 63 days to complete this process, and I'm going to suspend the fines during that time, okay?
Thank you. And for the record, it's just painting the walls that I need to do for being compliant. Just painting the walls.
Yes, just painting the walls.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You got one more. Okay.
Next case, page 49. Inspector Dorian Lein, case number CE 2080655. Case address 1060 Northwest 54th Street, owner Emily Ray LLC. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 5/25/23. One section not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 5/26/23, and this is in order to reappear.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
That's your left hand.
Oh, sorry.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Senior Inspector Lein for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 220806555. Case address is 1060 Northwest 54th Street. This property was first inspected on August 16, 2022, and brought before the magistrate on March 30th, 2023. At that hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 56 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter per violation. And Special Magistrate Flynn also ordered a mandatory reappearance, which is on the docket as of May 15, 2023, violation 47-20.20H for the parking area remains as depicted in the photos for the record. And the city is asking to continue for the fines just to continue. So this is old business, right?
Okay, yes.
Yes.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Conrad Deslandis. I'm the general manager here at Bug Off Exterminators.
Okay, it looks like you've made some progress, but what's going on with the parking lot?
The parking lot, I'm working with a company right now called Anything Asphalt, and they're requesting a permit through the city of Fort Lauderdale, and that permit still has not been approved. And it's been over 30 days now, and the city has inputted some corrections. One of them was a handicap spot, which we have no problem with. And another one was, I think it's called an MOT permit or a motive something permit that that basically is for the blocking of the road while the pavement is being resurfaced. But our pavement company is saying that we don't really need that type of permit because the road that our office is on is so small that it wouldn't really, well, in their opinion, they say that we don't really need it. I just want to get this done as soon as possible. We already applied for the permit, but we still haven't gotten approved. And the company we're working with, they say that it could take weeks for the city to even look at the application. So we're just waiting now.
So if you've submitted the application and you're saying that it hasn't got approved, have you made the corrections? Because usually it hasn't gotten approved because you haven't made the corrections that the city's requested for you to make. So if you're saying that you don't need an MOT permit, and that's their opinion, but it is on our streets and our maps that an MOT permit will be required, then you're going to have to submit the changes to the submit as the city's requiring in order for them to pass to issue the permit.
I agree with you. Whatever we need to do, I want to go ahead and do it. And that's what I told Anything Asphalt, the company we're working with. I told them to just go ahead and get the MOT or whatever we need to do. And that's exactly what they're doing now. I actually I spoke to them on Tuesday, and they're resubmitting. They're working with the city on getting that permit approved right away. And I'm asking for an extension, please, until we get the permit approved so that we can finish the resurfacing of the driveway.
Any recommendation from the city?
So let's do the same as the last case. We're going to do 63-day extension with the stay of fines, mandatory reappearance.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
All right. So you're going to reappear on my July 27th docket to give me, hopefully, if you complied before then you don't have to come back.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
if you're not, then you have to come back. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. You're welcome.
You're done. Our next case is page 6. Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 23020791, case address 1300 Southwest 28th Street. Owner Richard Schuler. This case was posted at property 51223, posted at City Hall 51123.
Hello, we're here. It's just saying it's not allowing us to access the camera. Let's see. Oh, unable to access camera. It just keeps saying unable to access camera. It's a issue on our end. I don't know what it is. We had to switch from a laptop over to a phone. I'm here with Richard Schuler. My name is Chris McShane. I'm the attorney. The difficulty we have is that Mr. Schuler has been displaced from the property since the flood back on April 12th, 2023. And we're currently, I met him at a remote location, so
Unfortunately, we will need video.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I keep hitting it.
We can always recall you while you're working through that technical issue, and we won't forget about you.
We'll just hold on 1 second here. Let me try one more button.
Sure.
Maybe I could go directly into the Zoom app and allow the camera access. I don't know. Never had this problem. Zoom. Okay, it must be in here.
Are you still there? Here? Yeah, we're gonna go to the next. We're gonna move to the next safe Manny. I'm sorry. We gotta keep it moving. I love you, but we gotta keep it moving. Our next case is page 44. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 21110148, case address 943 Northwest 14th Street. Owner Causey Cotain. This case was first heard 7/28/22 to comply by 9/29/22. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $25 per day, $4,125 accrued. Two sections complied at $25 per day, $2,725 accrued, for a total of $6,850. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. And I 43. Shorts on 40. Yeah, she's there. Okay. All right, I have to reread that case. It's the 1524. Same page, page 44, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 22110488, case address 1524 Northwest 15th Street. Owner Eddie Ortiz and Christine Vasilio Ortiz. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 4/9/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $4,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Officer Exantis, you have City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. case address as read. At this time, violation is in compliance. The city is going to request all fines to be imposed.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Ma'am, can you state your name for the record, please?
Sure. My name is Christine Vasilio Ortiz.
Ms. Ortiz, I understand the property is now in compliance. Why did it take as long as it did to bring the property into compliance?
In all honesty, we never received the first notification. When I did get this one, my tenant who lives in the main house actually took a picture of it because it was posted on the door and she sent it to me. This is how I was made aware of this notice. And that's when I reached out to Mr. Bovary and he explained to me that there was a notice prior to this one, which we'd never received. And this is why when we got this one and I made contact with Mr. Bovary, we made sure that we brought everything up to code.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. She stated the truth. So I'll leave it up to you whether you want was a fine or administrative cost
Okay, what are admin costs?
of $100.
Okay, all right, I'm gonna impose admin costs of $400.
So we have to pay $400?
Yes.
Okay, and how do we make this payment and why do we have to pay $400 if we really didn't know about the situation until present time and we ordered an electrician to come out where Mr. Bovary was there with him?
Because a violation was found on your property, you accrued $4,600 in fines, and the city is being very generous in reducing to their administrative costs of $400. But you, as the property owner, are responsible for the violation on your property.
So and honestly, I was just asking because we were never made aware of this. And this is why I was asking the question, well, who do we make the payment to?
Your Honor, for the record, if you want to, since I'm not there, hopefully staff has the file so they can show you where the notice went and the fact that it was posted on the property in accordance with Florida Statute 162.
Yeah, she's already testified that it was posted on the property because her tenant sent her a picture of it.
Yeah, but it was the recent, it wasn't the prior one. It was the most recent one that was just posted a couple of weeks ago. The prior one, I've never known about that one until she showed me what was just posted a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, the violation still existed on your property and the city's entitled to their costs back. And so my ruling hasn't changed. $400 for city costs. You'll get an order in the mail.
Okay.
Next, please.
Our next case is page 52. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22070565. Case address 1421 Northwest First Street, owner KP 1461 City View LLC, City View Twin LLC. This case was first heard 1/26/23 to comply by 3/30/23. One suspension from 3/30/23 to 5/25/23. One section not complied at $200 per day. Fine start 5/26/23, and this is in order to reappear.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Will you please raise your hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the right person? Is Laura there?
I'm the one that deals with it. I send my ID and everything, and I'm on the power of attorney. My wife actually set up on her computer, that's why. But she's here too.
I'm right here.
Okay, will you be speaking, Laura?
No, well, I was gonna have my husband, I can.
Okay, well, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Inspector Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city case and address as read. This case is a notice to reappear. The remaining violation, which is left, is for the landscaping, 47-2111A. I have been in constant contact with Joseph, which is a gentleman. They've been making a lot of progress. It's large property, many buildings, and he's the property manager that was hired to take care of everything. They've been doing really, really good, diligent. They have just a little bit of land of sod to lay down. They have the pallets there, and they got a couple little areas that we went over that still needed. So we wouldn't be opposed if he had a small extension to just complete everything.
Okay. Sir, how much time do you need to complete the project?
30 days would ensure that we would complete everything.
All right, I'll give you 35 days and suspend any fines during that period of time.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thanks for being.
If I get all of the violations and I talk with the inspector, we won't have to reappear.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Our next case is page 21. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 23021052, case address 712 Northwest 2nd Street, owner Sator Investments LLC, posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123. I took it there. She's gone. Gosh. It's right over. Okay, we'll see if that person comes back. Next page, page 41. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22100624, case address 1217 Northwest 4th Street, owner Black Brick Properties LLC. This case was first heard 2/14/23 to comply by 2/24/23. One section complied at $100 per day, $300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Sir, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good afternoon, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22100624, property address 1217 Northwest 4th Street. This case was first heard on February 14, 2023 to comply by February 24, 2023. I took pictures of the property the day before on February 23, and the violation remains. I was out of the office from February 24 to February 26. The property owner called and left a message stating that the grass was cut on February 27, 2023. Pictures were taken on February 28. Case was complied for February 27th. As of today, all violations are in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. The city is requesting full imposition.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
The homeboy lesson lawyer.
Okay, and it looks like you missed the deadline by about 3 days.
I was actually there before the deadline. And there was a lot of trucks that were doing work in the area, like city trucks. And I couldn't finish the outside piece. But then I eventually did. And then I think I contacted Mr. Bernstein, and he came out and re-inspected and noticed everything was cleared.
All right, is that where the problem was?
It could have been, there were obviously trucks. When I took the picture on the 23rd, they were working on the power line. And I'm not sure at that time if he came before them or after them.
All right, I'm gonna waive the fine.
Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, is that it?
That's it.
Okay, thanks a lot. Bye.
Next case, also page 41. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22100965. Case address 2216 Northwest 6th Street, owner Ashcore of India Corp. This case was first heard 3/14/23 to comply by 3/28/23. One section not complied at $100 per day, $5,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Alejandro?
Yes, morning.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancements, case number 22100965, property address 2216 Northwest 6th Street. This case was first heard on March 14, 2023 to comply by March 28, 2023. As of today, violation remains. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting full imposition. This case is a vacant property that's constantly has roosters habitating in that area. I'm not sure what's keeping them in that area, but we did cite the property owner. We gave them notice. We told him that he can either try to install a fence or do a good cleanup or try to talk to the neighboring properties and see why the roosters are just habitating in that vacant lot. They're still habitating on his vacant lot, and I haven't seen any progress as far as either installing a fence or anything of that nature.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Alejandro Mazalay.
Sir, have you made any attempt to try to bring the property into compliance?
I'm right there every week because, of course, the chicken and rooster are not ours. And we drive every week and try to scare them, but it's impossible because they fly and they have holes under the fence. Actually, when we go there, the neighbors yelling at us because we scare the chicken and roosters. So we went to the city to take a permit for and make a fence in the front because the lot is fenced, but not in the front. And in the building apartment say that it's not allowed to fence a vacant land. So we don't know what we are going to do there because we have a lot of problem and the chicken and rooster is not ours. We asked about a lady in the city to make a complaint to the neighbors because the chicken and rooster are in the three neighbors, in the west, in the east, and in the south. But we don't know what we are going to do. Actually, now we start to make a design for make a development there, a house, but we don't have the money, so we try to have the design and after go for a loan and try to make a house so we can avoid this problem. But I don't know what we can do. If you can help us and make a resolution about this, because I can't go and catch the chicken and rooster because they're not ours and there are like 100. There are many in the neighborhoods, in our neighbors. So I don't know.
Okay, all right. Give them a second because I'm not sure about this fence thing.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. You can withdraw the case.
Okay, all right, we're going to withdraw the case.
Okay, sorry for my English. What do they mean this?
Okay, no problem. That means that the case is over
Okay,
and there are no fines.
okay, perfect. And
All
thank
right.
you so much.
I just want to mention something about the
Okay, wait 1 second.
Blue Alcohol Compliance Supervisor. I just want to mention in reference to the property, I understand you're going there weekly to something needs to be done, a little bit more of an effort to try to make sure that the property's cleaned up, whether it's trying to put a vacant lot around it or some other, some other means, but there's a lot of trash there and a lot of individuals go in there and they put trash there and stuff. So
Yes.
something needs to be done, maintained a little bit better if you can.
Yes, we have a lot of problem with the homeless also there. So every time we get a notice from the city, we go there and take care about this. But
yeah,
I think that we're going to develop this land or sell it, because from 4 years ago, we have a lot of problem there.
Yeah, if you could fence it, that would be great. That would definitely help with some of these issues.
Okay, actually now
Okay.
we are in a program that is if something happened, you have our phone, so you call directly to us, no notify. So, but okay, thank you again to you too.
You're welcome, sir. Good luck.
Bye.
Bye.
Our next case, page 45. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg. Case number CE 22080280. Case address 1201 Northwest First Street, owner North Broward Hospital District, attention real estate. This case was first heard 1/11/23 to comply by 3/14/23. One suspension from 3/30/23 to 4/27/23. Two sections comply to $50 per day. $1,300 accrued. The city is requesting no fines.
Okay. Oh, I guess you have to swear that.
Will you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Doug Fenema, Regional Director of Facilities, Broward Health Corporate.
Okay, and I'm assuming you're in agreement with no fines.
I am. Thank you very much. I appreciate the consideration.
All right, thank you. Take care.
Next case, page 53. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22120153, case address 840 Northwest 3rd Street, numbers 1 through 4, owner Leroy L. Tunnage. This case was first heard 3/30/23 to comply by 5/25/23. Two sections not comply to $50 per day. Fine start 5/26/23, and this is a request for extension. That's what a lawyer. Good morning, sir. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do. So help me God. Oh, what? Oh, okay.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Florida Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. This property was first heard on March 30th, 2023, with a magistrate granting 56 days to comply. 9306 complied, 9313 complied. 9305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. 9-304B, the driveway is not well graded and or dust free. The driveway has holes, discolored wheel stop, and is deteriorating. A pre-hearing inspection on May 18th revealed the violation study is not in compliance. I would like to interpret photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. That's what I'm not. The city is opposed to an extension. I did have communication with the owner. He did make progress on the landscape. I explained to him there's a few more on the swell area that he needs to maintain. And he did tell me that he's been trying to get in contact with the contractor for the driveway, but he has not found that person yet. I'm assuming.
No. Hello,
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Leroy Lorenzo Tonnage.
Okay, and tell me why the property hasn't been complied yet.
Okay, first off, those last pictures were not my property. But if I don't know what's that hole with the bricks in it, I don't know if that was caused by the city or I don't know who, but you can see where that was dug up. And long story short,
Your property.
Okay, that is my property.
Okay.
We're back on my property now.
Okay.
Long story short, I submitted the documentation where I have contracted with Anything Asphalt. Unfortunately, I was called by them today and they have once again delayed the start of their work. They said y'all have been having bad weather and they have been inundated by other work as well. So they have pushed me back once again to do the work on the parking area.
Okay, how much time are you requesting?
Well, I was going to request 30 days, but I'm going to now request 60 days because if you see that red car and that silver car back there, the tenants have to get those moved as well. But I'm more concerned now with Anything Asphalt getting me on their schedule. As you can see, I have signed the contract. I have made the first payment, so it's going to happen. I'm just not sure how soon it's going to happen.
All right, anything else from the city? No. Okay, all right, I'm gonna give you 63 days.
Okay, 63 days is better than 60. I really appreciate that. I will stay in contact with Mr. Byrne. Well, I guess his last name is Sambert. I will stay in contact with him. As soon as we do that, then I'll hopefully have him come back out and re-inspect. And I won't have to see y'all again. Not that I don't like seeing you, but I just don't want to.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Good luck.
No, thank you.
We're going back to page 44, Inspector Bovary Xantus. Case number CE 21110148, case address 943 Northwest 14th Street. Owner Causley M. Kane. This case was first heard 7/28/22 to comply by 9/29/22. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $25 per day, $4,125 accrued. Two sections complied at $25 per day, $2,725 accrued for a total of $6,850. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Are you still in here?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you please turn on your camera?
Turn on my camera. Okay.
And you'll have to click join as a panelist.
Join. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Hello, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here. I'm here, ma'am.
Okay, will you please raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Xansis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale. Community enhancement, case number CE 21110148. Property address 943 Northwest 14th Street. Your Honor, at this time, all violations are in compliance and the city is requesting no fines to be imposed.
The city's requesting no fines?
Yes.
Okay. All right, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
I'm Cosley M. Kutain.
Okay, the city has graciously requested no fines in this case, so you're free to go.
Thank you very much. God bless you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you. Same here.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Manny, we're gonna try your person again now. We're going back to page 6. Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 020791. Case address 1300 Southwest 28th Street, owner Richard Schuler. Posted at property 51223, posted at City Hall 51123. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 23020791 in reference to the property 1300 Southwest 28th Street. This property was initially cited on February 22nd, 2023 for the following violations. 47-20.13.B.1.B has complied as of yesterday. 47-34.1.8.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this RS8 zone property. There's storage of vehicles taking place at this property that advertise the company Seabreeze Air Conditioning Inc. Vehicles cannot be stored on the subject property as the license issued under BL-9600669 does not permit the storage of vehicles, only the property being used as an office on the subject property. 9-306.
I have that as withdrawn.
Yeah, it's withdrawn. Yeah.
I believe that was withdrawn as well.
That one's withdrawn.
Okay, that one's withdrawn.
9-306, the exterior surfaces, including walls and window shades, have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and require cleaning and paint. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on an unapproved surface on the subject RS8 zone property. Vehicles were observed parked and stored on areas of the front of the property that are not covered by a hard and dustless surface.
Manny,
In addition,
hold
the
on.
parking
Manny,
facilities at this RS8 zone property.
Hold on one second. We lost the video for the room and there's no pictures. Now we have the video back, but we don't have the pictures. There we go. Thank you.
I'm going to read it again, 9-304B for the record. There are vehicles parked on unapproved surface at the subject RSA zone property. Vehicles were observed parked and stored on areas of the front of the property that are not covered by a hard and dustless surface. In addition, the parking facility at this RSA zone property is in disrepair. The parking surface is not smooth and well graded. There are uneven areas and overgrown weeds growing through the surface. 18-12A has complied. As per the photo submitted as evidence depict, The property was found to remain in violation and the city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay. Please state your name for the record, whoever's speaking on behalf of the property.
Sure. Christopher McShane, attorney for the property owner, Richard Schuller, who's also present.
Okay, is your client in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 35 days or face a fine of $100 a day?
Well, Your Honor, if I could just back up for 1 second here. Some of the difficulty we're having is the photographs that were shown are not current. This property is currently in a little bit of a state of disrepair, not due to lack of maintenance or anything on behalf of the property owner, but it was smack dab in the middle of the flood that occurred on April 12th, 2023. The neighborhood and this property specifically took on about 3 feet of water. The property is in its current condition and needs to remain so, at least for a little bit, as the property owner is going through the necessary channels, including applications with FEMA and the SBA. He's being advised that FEMA has yet to conduct the inspection of this property and that some of the watermarks, which represent the high watermark, need to remain on the property. So that could be measured and photographed by the FEMA inspector. Additionally, they are already gutted the interior. They did 4-foot flood cuts on the interior, dried the interior, did a lot of mold remediation. And just as way of background, this is a 40-year property owner who has owned this property for 40 years this September, has never had a violation, has never had any of these type of issues until this has now come up. He has been very active in the community. He's been an active participant in trying to better the community and keep the community safe. He worked with former Mayor Seiler to get speed bumps installed in this neighborhood. He also worked with some of the current administration and having a boarding house, flop house, if you would, to have their short-term rental license revoked, as well as another, what we best describe as a Miami party house with music blaring 24 hours. He's attended commission meetings on these properties in this neighborhood, worked with Portia Williams and other members of the city to, better the neighborhood. He has all intentions of doing everything necessary. Some of the difficulties having is actually getting guidance as to what is being required.
Okay,
let me ask you a question. Specifically with respect to the unimproved surfaces. This neighborhood underwent a lot of construction. Mancini and Sons is currently in the process of demoing the streets to install a 60-inch water main. We believe that's a water drainage system to try to prevent the flooding that recently occurred from reoccurring. So even if he were to apply, he's being told that the last thing they want down in this neighborhood right now is any more impervious surface. So we're in a little bit of a problem here in that the street level after these repairs is up in the air. So even if he wanted to apply, they're not going to be able to tell him the level at which anything needs to be in order to hook into the new street level. So with these other issues, we have no problem with the vehicles. I mean, that's not a problem. And that's actually been complied with. And the photos that were shown were old. So if we could just get enough time here to allow a 40-year resident who's owned this property with, no issues, who's been an active member in the community, just to have enough time to deal with a disaster. Or he is currently displaced from his property, living in a hotel. So if he could just simply have enough courtesy from the city so that he can have, enough time to have FEMA come out there, SBA come out there, go through all the necessary process, improve the property, everything he's going to do. So the vehicles are done. That's not an issue, but the other stuff seems to be out of his hands at the moment. So I don't know if the 90 days is enough, but at a minimum, that's what we would request.
Okay. Go ahead.
Amy Brown Kwiatkowski, Code Compliance Supervisor. We hear and understand your sentiments, and we're very sorry for everything that the homeowner is going through. How much time do you believe that he needs to come into compliance?
Well, like I'm saying, a minimum 90. The vehicle's already done. So we have one of the things was also the window shades. He bleached
Please let me
everything.
speak. Do you hear me?
No, I'm so sorry. It's a delay. My apologies.
All right, I'm gonna, sir, I appreciate that you're a good citizen, and I also appreciate the fact that you've going through a difficult time with the flooding, and I'm absolutely willing to work with you on that. What I would suggest is that if the vehicles are in fact gone, then I'm just going to grant the city's request for 35 days so it can be re-inspected. And then that part of the case can be complied. With regard to the exterior, including walls and windows, I'm going to give you 91 days and then request for you to reappear and give me a progress report if things are not done by then. Okay. But if it's complied, you don't have to come back. But at least if I give you 91 days, then you'll be on my August 24th docket, and then you could give me a progress report. Okay.
Okay. I mean, that sounds great. We appreciate it. So 35 on the vehicles, 91 as to the exterior. I think that's all fine. We just don't want to make sure that there's no fines being accrued or anything like that. I mean, he's really doing everything he can to.
Yeah, not till after the time passes, or if you don't show up at the hearing in August, then fines of $100 a day would be accrued, but I don't anticipate that happening. The city wants to add something. Go ahead.
Council, can you please advise your client that moving the commercial vehicles to the next door neighbor does not suffice in compliance, because if the vehicles are moved back onto the property, another violation will arise on the property. And please note that the next door neighbor now has an open case for that.
Yeah, not a problem. We appreciate it. We'll look into that. And also I look forward to working with you, and just want to say very much thank you to Amy for all your very prompt and courteous replies with respect to this situation. Look forward to working with everyone going forward. And I appreciate everyone's time today.
Okay, sir. Good luck to you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
No. Do we have any other respondents that are here for special magistrate hearing, not for lien reduction? Is there anyone else in the room that's here for special magistrate? If you are, please raise your hand.
No, I accidentally raised my hand. I'm actually here for the lien reduction, so I was not aware.
Okay.
It's only the.
Who's here?
Kristen Bell, the case to reschedule. This is money.
Page 20.
Hello, everyone.
What is that?
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, can you please give us your name and your property address?
Yes, so Anis Cuevas, and the property address is 2305 Northwest 6th Place.
Are you here for lien reduction or for special magistrate?
A special magistrate.
What page? Okay, have you submitted your ID?
No, I didn't know how to do that. I have very little options here on the screens.
2305 Northwest 6th Place.
This is my second attendance with the special magistrate.
Ma'am, do you have a power of attorney?
I had submitted that on the first time, but I mean, I can submit it if that's required. I had submitted before for the same case.
Okay, can you please submit that through a special magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov?
Do you need that as we speak? Because I don't have that availability. I actually came to the courtroom and I stayed in the parking lot because I didn't know that this was gonna be through Zoom.
I'll call it.
So I can submit it in a later time, but not as we speak.
Okay, we're gonna hear it both. Okay, this case is on page 43. Inspector Bovary Xantis. Case number CE 22080543, case address 2305 Northwest 6th Place, owner MMR Florida LLC. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 12/8/22. One suspension from 1/26/23 to 3/2/23. One section not complied at $25 per day, $3,325 accrued. One section complied at $25 per day, $175 accrued. Total of $3,500. City is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Again, Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 22080543. Property address 2305 Northwest 6th Place. This case was first heard on October 27, 2022, where the magistrate ruled in favor of the city and property owner was ordered 42 days to correct all violation of the property. The case reappeared before the magistrate on January 23rd, 2023, and 25 days extension was granted. The notice of hearing was posted on property on May 11th, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 18th, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photo. At this time, the property remains in violation. The city is going to request all fines to be imposed and to continue to accrue until the property is brought to compliance.
Please state your name for the record.
Yes, so Anis Cuevas.
Okay, and why isn't this property into compliance yet?
Yes, initially we had a tenant that was interrupting our, because initially it was a tenant who caused the grass to be deteriorated and they continued to park there. When there was a delay terminating the tenant and vacating the property, we then up into, I think it was the 11, we have placed grass in all the areas, and we thought we were in compliance. But then on a later communication with the inspector, he made us aware that they needed additional grass on the backyard. So it was kind of a lack of clarity of what the actual specific requirements are. We thought that it was only the front area, which we complied on that, but then we extended adding grass on the backyard, but it was also a finance matter and the timeline between getting the tenant vacated. So just until yesterday, we finally got a vendor who was, we agreed with pricing and they placed the grass this morning, and I have pictures of an approved invoice and also the grass that they place on those areas. Just until
how much time do you need to bring the property into compliance? Is it all completely done now?
It's completely done now as of this morning. Yes. I have pictures and communication I can share.
All right, I'll grant a 10-day extension so that the inspector can go out there and re-inspect. And you'll have to come back another time for the fines that have already accrued, but I'll suspend the fines for those 10 days.
I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. You're welcome.
Okay.
Are we going to call? All right, we're going to check the room one more time. Do we have any more respondents that are here for special magistrate, not for lien reduction, for special magistrate? If you are, please raise your hand. Can you put her on? Kristen Bell?
Kristen, it's not Kristen, it's her mother.
That case has been rescheduled.
Oh.
She'll receive a notice as to the next date when the hearing will be held.
Okay, it's Sandra Carter. That's the case that should be there. Sandra Carter with Mr. Bernstein.
Yes.
Okay, so
That
that's rescheduled?
What's the property address?
801 Northwest Second.
Okay,
801 Northwest Second.
It's gonna be doing 5 parents, but is she on there? Is she the owner? She's on there?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll hear it. We'll do appearance.
Okay.
Next case, page 20, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230108848, case address 801 Northwest Second Street. Owner Bernice Mosley Estates.
Yes.
And Sandra M. Carter.
Yes.
This case is being heard by parents, posted at City Hall 5/11/23.
Yes.
Ms. Bell, would you please click the button that says join as a panelist?
All right.
There we go. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. Its property was first inspected in January 2023 and the violations were observed. 184C complied. 9305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including a swell. This is a recurring violation referred to case number CE 22030681. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complied prior to the hearing date. The inspection report was posted and mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. A pre-hearing inspections on May 24th, 2023 revealed the violation stated not in compliance. The swell area have bare and missing grass. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day. I did speak to the property owner and the tenant. He did make some progress in the landscape. He just had a little bit left to finish. He did tell me that he was going to go get some more to finish. I'm not sure if he did that today, but it's just a little piece on the swell that needs to be done.
Okay, all right. Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Sandra Carter, Carter.
Okay, Ms. Carter, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 35 days? It looks like there's not much left.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Make sure that it gets done. The fines won't begin to run until after 35 days.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bernstein. Thank you, Your Honor.
And because this is a recurrent violation on the landscaping,
Yes.
you need to be diligent going forward because I'm entering a finding of fact that the violation exists and therefore you could be fined from the first day you're cited if it happens again.
I know, and I've been talking to the tenant and working with it all the time. So Mr. Bernstein understands because I've called him when I've gotten the notification. And
Right.
I've been there before when you were having court inside for these same people, but I can't evict them. Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you both. Thank you all.
In the virus conference. You recognize both things for maybe.
Michael Garcia.
Hello?
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 Yes, are you here for lien reduction?
I am.
Yes, I'm here for lien reduction.
Okay, we're finishing up special magistrate, and then we'll be with the respondents for lien reduction.
All righty.
Okay, thank you.
Michael Garcia.
Because you don't recognize. Mr. Garcia?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, are you here for special magistrate or lien reduction?
Lien reduction.
Okay, we're finishing up special magistrate. Hang in there with us. We'll be with you shortly for lien reduction.
Thank you. I just wanted to be sure that I was seen. I wasn't sure, so that's why I raised my hand. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What about audit?
Hello? Here we go. Yes, are you here for lien reduction or for special magistrate?
Magistrate.
What's your property address?
It's 2810 River Land Road, Fort Lauderdale, 33312.
Okay. Have you submitted your ID?
My ID? My case number. I have a case number. CE 221-00070.
What? Is that lien reduction?
No.
What page?
Page 37, 28, this has one.
Okay. We'll need you to submit your identification online at specialmagistrate.gov.
I need to put my ID.
Special magistrate at fortlauderdale.gov.
Okay. Can I do this right now?
Yes, we're gonna hear the case and we need you to submit that information right away.
Yes, of course, ma'am. No problem.
Well, we need to have that information before we hear the case.
Okay, so we will do it right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, yeah, he just had the wrong case number.
Not to do this.
What page are we on?
37.
Can you tell me, please, once I go to the website, where do I go?
You can email it, sir. You can email it to specialmagistrate@fortlauderdale.gov.
Okay, very well. We'll do that. Magistrate.gov. One second, please. She's busy right now.
Shoot.
Already. Well, I didn't kind of. Oh, maybe.
Do I speak now? Well,
That was not the correct email. Yeah, at Fort Lauderdale.
it is not.
Special. Document.
If he needs more, can you hear me? Can you come back to him?
We are working on it right now.
We're gonna go through the more response. Can we come back to him?
All right, sir, we're gonna come back to you. All right, we're doing non-responding. We'll back to him. Just tell him to raise his hand when it's got us. It's down or something. All right. All right, everybody ready? Yep. First case, page 3, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 230101117, case address 3129 Southwest 13th Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Ortiz Kalina and Leandro Carlos, posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Marco Aguilera, Code Compliance Officer, City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address was read. Property was first cited on January 4th for the following violations: landscape not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. Gravel areas have weeds growing through the gravel. The property has 4 residential units requiring a dumpster enclosure on site. The property does not have said required dumpster enclosure. Re-inspection was conducted on February 18th, and the property was not in compliance as per photos picked. Building permit 23030005 for a dumpster enclosure was applied for on March 1st. However, the permit has been awaiting corrections from the client since March 9th, and no further communication has been received. As of May 17th, the property remains in violation. City is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 7. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 2301088, case address 633 Northwest 11th Avenue, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Bar Day and Real Estate LLC, posted at property 5623, posted at City Hall 51123.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city, case CE 2301088, case address 633 Northwest 11th Ave. This property was first inspected on 2/1/23 and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-12A is complied, 47-20.20.H is complied, but I'm going to read it in. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The asphalt surface has cracked, stains of dirt, and damaged sections. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 201101053. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306 is complied. Inspection report was mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records on 2/1/23. Pre-hearing inspection conducted on 5/23/23, and the 9-305 violation remains. I have been in contact with the property manager who's aware. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance for 9-305B and a daily fine of $50 a day and a finding of fact for the recurring violation 47-20.20H.
So ordered. Next case, page 8, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 230200079, case address 844 Northwest 18th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Nellamar LLC, posted at property 5823, posted at City Hall 51123.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city, case and address as read. Property inspected on 2/2/23 and the following violations were observed. 18-12A is complied. However, I'll read it in. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris on this property and or its swale. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 19052398. CE 210409882 and CE 210600278. 9-280H1 is complied, but I will read it in as well. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. There are sections and gates which are not secured to the posts and are damaged or bent. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 21060278. 9-280B is complied. 9-305A is complied. 47-34.1.8.1 is complied. To be clear, all the violations are complied, but because of the recurring nature of the violations, we're requesting a finding of fact. So an inspection report was mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records and posted on the property on 2/2/23. And a pre-hearing inspection conducted on 5/23/23 confirmed that the violations were complied. So just a finding of fact.
Finding of fact. So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 13, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number 2211026, case address 1144 Northwest 4th Avenue. Owner Hazinga 1144 Land Trust, posted at property 5623, posted at City Hall 51123.
Inspector John Noel from the city of Fort Lauderdale. This property was first inspected and posted on 11/17/2022. It was given time for the correct violations. 9-304B, the driveway on this property is in disrepair and there are areas of the gravel driveway that have weeds and not maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition. 18-14, which is complied. There is derelict vehicles and a quad motorcycle on the property. Both vehicles were observed with flat tires and an overall state of neglect and abandonment. 18-12, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swale. 9-305 has been complied. There is growth of landscape material along with an accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. 9-305, The landscape of this property is being maintained in a neat, is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. In 9-280, H1, the fence on this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required, and there are areas of the fence that are broken and leaning without support. The gates on the property are broken and missing hinges. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 24th and found that the following violations did not comply as depicted in the photos. That's going to be 9-305B. That's going to be 18-12. That's going to be 9-305B and 9-280 H1. The city's requesting 10 days. City's requesting 35 days to comply and a fine of 100 per day per violation thereafter. And the only one we're asking for 10 days is the 18-12 for the compliance. Yes, 18-12.
18-12 is the only 10 days.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
I would like to submit, excuse me, forgive me, I would like to submit the case file and the photos to record.
We're gonna go to page 37, Inspector Marco Aguilera. Case number CE 22110339, case address 2810 Riverland Road, owner 2810 Riverland LLC. First heard 12623 to comply by 2823. Two sections comply to $50 per day, $2,900 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Stop. Good afternoon.
Will you raise your right hand?
Yes, I did.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
37, page 37.
Marco Aguilera, code compliance officer, City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 22110339, 2810 Riverland Road. This case was previously heard at the January 26th hearing where the magistrate found for the city ordered 14 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 per day. A re-inspection was conducted on February 9th and the property remained in violation as per the photos depicted and fines began to accrue. As of March 9th, the vehicle was removed from the property and fines stopped. At this time, city is requesting to impose the full amount in the amount of $2,900.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Avi Schwal.
Okay, and why was the property not brought into compliance timely?
I'm sorry, we did not hear the question.
The question is, why wasn't the property brought into compliance timely?
Well, we had to remove it and we were waiting for somebody to pick it up. And finally, they came and picked it up and brought it back to Denver, Colorado. So we had this vehicle moved already from there and it's no longer there, the RV.
Okay, but why the delay?
The delay, we were waiting for a driver to come and pick it up. There was a company that we hired and they did not send the driver to drive to Colorado with it. Right now, the RV is in Colorado and is no longer there. That's why it took so long. We were waiting for the driver to drive it down here. I'm speaking right now from Denver, Colorado too.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the city? All right. I'll reduce the fine to $1,000. And okay, that's it.
Very well, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Now we're back to page 15. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22080169, case address 2308 Northwest 6th Court. Owner Vito Michelle Santasola, posted at property 51123, posted at City Hall 51123.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Code Compliance Officer Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22080169 for the property located at 2308 Northwest 6th Court.
This property was first inspected on August 5th, 2022, and cited for the following violations. 9-304B, the driveway was observed in disrepair. The gravel is worn, resulting in dirt and grass growing underneath to show through the gravel. Maintenance is required in this area. 18-4C, which is compliant. An inspection report was posted and a copy was mailed to the property owner listed on Broward County Property Appraiser. On January 21st, 2023, the property was inspected and remained in violation, resulting in the case being scheduled for special magistrate. No contact was made with the property owner or tenant prior to the scheduled hearing. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 20th, 2023, and found a violation remained as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply with violation 9-304B at $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 16, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 221-20412. Case address 535 Northwest 23rd Avenue. Owner Calvin Williams and Carolyn Williams, posted at property 51123, posted at City Hall 51123.
Senior Code Compliance Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2212-0412 for the property located at 535 Northwest 23rd Avenue. This property was first inspected on December 21st, 2022, and cited for the following violations. 9-308B, there is debris, trash, and/or another element which is permanent on the roof. Tarp and wood placed on the roof is not properly secured. These items may become projectiles in the event of a storm. 9-308, that violation was complied. An inspection report was posted and a copy was mailed to the property owner for Broward County Property Appraiser. On February 23rd, 2023, the property was inspected and remained in violation, resulting in the case being scheduled for special magistrate. Contact was made with the son of the property owner who now occupies the property on multiple occasions prior to the scheduled hearing. And he was supposed to be here present today, but he was today. So a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 5th, 2023, and found that the violation remained as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or $25 a day per thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 18, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 221-00524, case address 3081 Northwest 19th Street, owner Prasad USA Property Holdings LLC, posted at property, personal service 51323, posted at City Hall 51123.
Senior Code Compliance Officer Patrice Jolly with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 221-00524 for the property located at 301 Northwest 19th Street. This property was first inspected on October 14th, 2022, and cited for the following violations. BCZ-39-215F. The parking facility that is location is not being maintained. The surface is faded and there's cracks in the surface. 18-12A is compliant. 18-1 is compliant. 9-306 compliant. An inspection report was hand delivered to the store manager and a copy was mailed to the owner for Broward County Property Appraiser. On March 30th, 2023, March 20th, 2023, the property was inspected and remained in violation, resulting in a case being scheduled for magistrate. Contact was made with the store manager on multiple occasions prior to today's scheduled hearing. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 20th, 2023, and found a violation remained as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply at $250 per day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 19, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 2302058, case address 723 Northwest 19th Avenue, or Hunter Series 1 LLC, in care of Harvard Business Services Inc., to that property 51323, posted at City Hall 51123.
Senior Code Compliance Officer Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2302-584. The property located at 723 Northwest 19th Avenue. This property was first cited on February 16th, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 18-1, there is trash, rubbish, debris,
And this trash, rubbish, and debris spread throughout this unoccupied property that is creating a public nuisance is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, and wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threaten or endanger the public health, safety, and welfare, and may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a repeat violation. Please see case CE 2204-0172. For this case went to hearing and the special magistrate found for the city. An inspection report was posted at the property and a copy mailed to the property owner as listed on Broward County Property Appraiser. The property was inspected on February 17th, February 22nd, February 24th, and finally observed in full compliance on February 25th, 2023. Contact was not made with the property management company until after the property was brought into compliance with the code and daily fine stopped accruing. The city is requesting a fine of $2,000 for the 10 days that the property was out of compliance.
So. Next case, page 19, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 2209-0155. Case address 213 Royal Palm Drive. Owner Morey Revocable Trust, Lewis Claps trustee, and all others. Posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Inspector Bernstein, City of Florida Community Enhancement, case number 2209-0155. Case address 213 Royal Palm Drive. This property was first inspected in September 2022. The following violation was cited: 184C complied, 1812A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property or its well. 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia soffits, are in disrepair and rotted. There are areas of the exterior walls and windows shutters that have stains and peeling paint. 9280B, there are building parts which are deteriorating and not being maintained. There are multiple windows that are broken, covered in plastic bags and covered with semi-blocks. 9308B, the roof is stained and dirty. The inspection report was posted on email out to the owner. According to BCPA records, a pre-hearing inspection on May 18th revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting 10 days for the overgrowth and 35 days for all the other violation to comply, or a fine of $50 per day per violation.
So ordered. Next case, page 20, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 221-20613, case address 433 Northwest 18th Avenue. Owner J. Washington Jr., posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Florida Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. This property was first inspected in December 2022. The following violations were observed: 9304B complied, 9306 complied, 9305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead missing pond cover, including the swell. The inspection report was posted on the property. A pre-hearing inspection on May 18th, 2023 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation.
So ordered. Next case, page 21, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230-20955, case address 427 Northwest 21st Terrace, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Derek Odoms, posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Florida Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. This property was first inspected in February 2023. The following violations were observed: 9304B, the driveway at this property is not being maintained. The parking area has oil stains, faded parking lines, and will stop. 47-34.4.B.1. There is overnight commercial vehicle parking at this property. There is a box truck with 6 tires parking overnight. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the soil. The inspection report was posted and mailed out to the owner, listed according to BCPA records. A night inspection on March 3rd at midnight revealed the box truck is parking overnight. A pre-hearing inspection on May 18th, 2023 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting 10 days for the overnight parking of the commercial vehicle and 35 days to comply for the other violations, or a fine of $50 per day per violations.
So ordered. Next case, also page 21, case number Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230211052, case address 712 Northwest 2nd Street. Owner Sator Investments LLC, posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. This property was first inspected in February 28, 2023, and cited for the following violations. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. This is a repeat violation. Refer to case CE 1812-1192. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in work up. There are areas with dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. 184C, there is one derelict vehicle and one vessel on a trailer inside the fence of the vacant property. They all appear unoperable and unlicensed. A pre-hearing inspection on May 18, 2023 revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. The city is requesting 35 days to comply for a fine of $50 per day per violation.
So ordered. Next case, page 22, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 230200246, case address 2208 Northwest 6th Street. Owner Community Home LLC, posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. This property was first inspected on February 28, 2023. As of today, all violations are in compliance. I will be reading this case to put into the record of the recurrent violations. 9-80H1 complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. This is a recurring violations. Refer to case CE 2204-0062. This case will be presented to the special magistrate finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 9-306, there are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 2204-0062. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 47-19.9, this is the non-permitted outdoor storage at this property per the URDR for this NWRAC-MUW zone residential property. Items include but not limited to tires. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 2204-0062. This case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. A pre-hearing inspection revealed May 18, 2023. All violations are in compliance. And that's it.
Okay, finding a fact here and so. Next case, page 23, Inspector Dover Exantis, case number CE 2212058. Case address 1231 Northwest 18th Street, owner Elizabeth Ann Ferguson, Mac Henry Moore III, posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case and address as read. Property was first inspected on December 21st, 2022, and the following violation were observed. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property as well. Violation 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers, unlawfully parked on the grass lawn area. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are area of beds and missing ground cover. Violation 47-34.1.A.1. There is an illegal land use occurring at this property. There is outdoor storage consistent but not limited to folding tables, shovels, pieces of woods, and other miscellaneous items. This is a prohibited land use per ULDR RS8 zoning districts. Violation 18-1, there is outdoor storage under the porch, including but not limited to boxes, storage bins, plywood, pieces of woods, and other miscellaneous items stored under the porch at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect it, impair the economic welfare of the adjacent properties. The notice of hearing was posted on property on May 10, 2023, and pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 18, 2023. Revealed as depicted in the photos, city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or fine of $25 for each violation each day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 25, Inspector Bovary. Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 221101006, case address 1526 Northwest 12th Street. Owner Freddie L. Myrick and Tracy L. Merritt. Posted at property 51123, posted at City Hall 51123.
Again, Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case and address as read. Property was first inspected on November 30, 2023 by Senior Inspector Gail Williams. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in the neat and well-kept appearance. There's area up there, the missing ground cover. Violation 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. Violation 47-34.1.A.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this RS8 residential single-family zoning property consisting of tires, auto repair equipment, gas containers, furnitures, and other miscellaneous items. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on property in the swell. Violation 18-4C, there are daily vehicles or trailers on the swell and on the property, included but not limited to old model coupe, which is inoperable. For violation 18-4C, the city is requesting that all tires have air and proof of evidence of current decal on the tag of each vehicle. Notice of hearing was posted on property on May 11, 2023. And the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 19, 2023. Revealed as depicted in the photos, city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or fine of $25 per each violation each day thereafter.
So ordered. Now for 18-4C, that's also 35 days?
Yeah, just give it, just 35 days.
Okay.
And you said 9306 is complied?
9306.
Okay. Next case, page 26, Inspector Bovary advances case number CE 2301034, case address 1561 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner Tectum Engineering LLC, posted at property 51123, posted at City Hall 51123.
Officer Xantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2301-0364, property address 1561 Northwest 15th Terrace. Property was first inspected on January 12, 2023, and the following was discovered. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in neat and walk-up appearance. There's area of dead and missing ground cover on property in soil area. Violation 9-304B, the asphalt driveway is in disrepair. There are cracks, holes on the driveway, and the blacktop is faded. Violation 18-4C is complied. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or fine of $100 per day for each violation each day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, also page 26, case number Inspector Bover Exantis, case number CE 230105545. Case address 1200 Northwest 11th Court, owner Vikram Singh Estates, posted at property 51123, posted at City Hall 51123.
Case and address as read. Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale. Property was first inspected in January 20th, 2023, and the following violation were observed. 18-12A, that's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and as well. Violation 24-27.B is withdrawn. Violation 9-304B, the gravel driveway is worn through. There's grass and weeds going through it. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in the neat and walk-up appearance. There's area of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. A notice of hearing was posted on property on May 11, 2023. The pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 18, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. City is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or fine of $25 for each violation each day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 27, Inspector Bover Exantis, number CE 2302-0058, case address 1542 Northwest 17th Street, owner Best Quad Inc., in care of Chen Wachu, posted at property 51123, posted at City Hall 51123.
Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read. Property was first discovered on February 2nd, 2023, and the following were discovered. Violation 9-304B is complied. Violation 18-1 is complied. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 9-308B is complied. Violation 18-4C is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in the neat and well-kept appearance. There are area of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. Notice of hearing was posted on property on May 11, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on May 18, 2023, revealed as depicted on photos. I have been in contact with the property owner via email. And last email was sent to them in regards to the remaining violation, but no response since then. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or fine over $50 per violation each day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, page 28, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 230105152, case address 2000 West Commercial Boulevard, owner Commercial Boulevard Realty LLC, posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Floyd, case and address as read. This property is first inspected by Inspector John Pershon on January 7, 2023, and the following violations were found. 1812A, which is applied in 9306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 5/22/2023, and the violations remain as depicted in the photos for the record. And the city's requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 2302070, case address 5895 Northeast 22nd Avenue, owner Robert M. Connors, posted at property 51523, posted at City Hall 51123.
Case and address as read. Senior Inspector Cologne, City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read. The property was first inspected by Inspector Jennifer Schott on February 22nd, 2023, and the following violations were found. 1812A has been complied. 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair. It is not being maintained as required. The fence is broken apart and encroaching, falling into neighboring property at 5901 Northeast 22nd Avenue. A pre-hearing inspection was attempted to be conducted on 5/22/2023. However, Senior Inspector Williams was not able to gain access in the rear of the property nor the neighbor's property, and therefore the violation remains as depicted in the photos for the record. The city is requesting 10 days. Just for the record, the owner says everything's repaired. We just haven't been able to gain
Okay.
access. So that's why we're going to just ask for 10 days to come into compliance or a fine in the amount of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 31, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 230200936. Case address 3181 Northwest 63rd Street. Owner Rachel A. Scoggins and Terry E. Smith. Posted at property 51023, posted at City Hall 51123.
Senior Inspector Floyd for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number and address as read. The property was first inspected by Inspector Jack Prashad on February 25th, 2023. The following violations were found. 47-39.A.1.B 9C has been complied. 184C has been complied. 9304B has been complied. 9305B has been complied. However, it's a recurring violation. The previous case number CE 21040184, and this will be presented to the magistrate to whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing. 9-280H1 is complied, and this violation is recurring. Previous case number is CE 21040184. And this violation will be presented to the magistrate whether or not it complies prior to the hearing. And 9306 is complied, and that is a recurring violation as well. Previous case number CE 21040184. And this violation will be presented to the magistrate whether or not it's complied prior to the hearing. BCZ-39-2756B has been complied. All the violations are complied. So we're just asking for the finding of fact. Yes. Thank you.
Next case, page 32, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 230300756, case address 2515 East Los Olas Boulevard, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Innovex Group LLC, posted at property 5923, posted at City Hall 51123.
Senior Inspector Cologne, City of Fort Lauderdale, case number and address as read. This property was first inspected on March 23rd, 2023, and the following violations were found. 18-11B, swimming pool located at this unoccupied property has stagnant water, trash and debris. The building does not have the required utility services and or the safeguards have not been taken to prevent human beings or animals from falling into or having access to the pool. The pool in this condition presents a health and safety issue for the community and that it may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes and is a public nuisance. 1812A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swale. The city is asking for 10 days to comply for both violations or a fine in the amount of $150 a day for each violation thereafter. So ordered. Thank you.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 221007881, case address 401 Southeast 20th Street, numbers 1 through 4. Owner 401 Southeast 20th Street LLC. This is an order to vacate the final order of 21423 and the order imposing fines of 41123. So ordered. Page 37, Inspector Robert Crock, Julio Davilo presenting case number CE 230400295, case address 1627 Seabreeze Boulevard, owner OG Group LLC. This case was cited 4823 to comply by 4823. 3 sections complied at $200 per day for a total of $600. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 4/23/23 and no appeal was received. So ordered. Next case, page 40, Inspector Dorian Loin, case number CE 220808870. Case address 2508 Delmar Place, owner Delmar Los Olas LLC. This case first heard 12623 to comply by 3223. One section not complied at $50 per day. $4,020 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. So ordered. Next case, page 42. Case number CE 22060132, case address 912 Northwest 13th Street. Owner Heatley McLaren, Inspector Bovary Xantis. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One suspension from 1/26/23 to 3/2/23. One section not complied at $50 per day, $7,700 accrued. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,100 accrued for a total of $8,800. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. So ordered. Next case, page 46. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 221000070. Case address 2231 Northwest 9th Court, owner Amelia Judith Castanedo. This case was first heard 12623 to comply by 3223. Three sections complied at $25 per day for a total of $825, and the city is requesting the full amount. So ordered. Next case, also page 46, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 221200096, 2525 Marathon Lane, owner 2525 Fort Lauderdale LLC. This case was cited 12/3/22 to comply by 12/3/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 12/18/22, and no appeal was received. So ordered. Next case, page 47, case number, Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 220900783, case address 2624 Tortugas Lane, owner Zane J. Kelleher and Barbara L. Kelleher Revocable Family Trust. This case was first heard 1/26/23 to comply by 3/30/23. One section complied at $150 per day, $8,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue. So ordered. Next case, page 48, Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 211000122, case address 2800 North 20th Street. Leslie Helen R. Leslie. This case was first heard 3/24/22 to comply by 7/22/22. Two suspensions noted on the agenda, 4 sections not complied at $25 per day, $13,200 accrued. City requesting the full amount, but this case will be rescheduled. He is rescheduling this case. Next case, also page 48. Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 2110017, 57th Street, owner JLLC. This case was first heard 2/24/22 to comply by 4/28/22. Several suspensions noted on the agenda. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $13,600, and the city is so ordered. Case 51, Inspector Bernstein. Case C 2208038, address 1620 Northwest 7th Street, owner Roberto Mora. This case was first 13/23 to comply by 11/23.
Okay. So there's no one here to request the extension.
Right, I think he wanted to request it, but he wanted to request the extension.
Did he say what he wanted? For
the time frame? No. Amy, can we see if Bernstein is still here? Which one? That we're on now for Bernstein? No, it was the 1620 Northwest 7th Street. Most of them she ordered. Which page? I don't have any. I don't show.
All of them except for 9-305B, the last one.
Okay, thank you.
Come on, Bernstein, we're almost done. I want to know how much their request for extension?
Yes. They wanted like 21 days.
Okay. 21 days. And suspend the fines?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
21 days and fines suspended.
Yeah. Thank
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you, Bernstein.
you all.
Next case, page 51. Also, Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 220800906, case address 716 Southeast 16th Street, numbers 1 through 4. Reynald and Gladys LaRoche. This case was first heard 1/11/23 to comply by 3/14/23, 1 suspension 3/30/23 to 5/25/23. 2 sections comply to $25 per day for a total of $800. The city is requesting no fines, and this was in order to reappear.
Okay, so ordered.
And the city is requesting to enter page 54 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
Okay, so ordered.
And this concludes the special magistrate hearing for May 25th, 2023. You need a break?
I'm okay, but if someone else does.
This 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay, there and now. For everyone who's here for lien reduction, we will take a 5-minute break and we will start lien reduction at 2:10.
Hello.
We will now begin our special magistrate lien reduction hearing. Our first case is case number CE 22110650, case address 19 Southwest 8th Avenue.
What page?
Page 1, put that straight through.
Okay.
Owner Home Solution LLC, total lien amount $7,800, administrative cost $460.14. The city is requesting $3,900. Appeal deadline was December 30th, 2022, and no appeal was received. If you will be speaking, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Lina Zuluaga. I am the daughter of Maritza Rodriguez, the owner, who's right next to me, and my dad, George Zuluaga, who's the registered agent. Both are Spanish speakers, so I am going to be translating for them.
Okay, can you tell me what are the mitigating circumstances that they want to tell me about in support of the lien reduction?
Of course. So my parents tried to start a vacation rental. They brought on someone as a property manager who's bilingual, and we're heavily relying upon the property manager's ability to be competent and fully bring the property to compliance. When we first got the mail notice that there was a compliance issue, they discussed it with the property manager, who told us we were missing the DBPR in December, and in December they got that and shared it with my parents. They said that that's what we needed to do to be in compliance, but then we received another letter, and that's when they were like, wait, there's something amiss here. They insisted that the property manager contact the city, and that's when we learned that there were quite a few different missing pieces of taxes that needed to be paid, that the property manager was telling us that Airbnb and Vrbo paid for those. We then learned there were some that we actually needed to take care of on our own. So we did our best. I had to get heavily involved and contact city officials myself to be able to bring us up to code. And they take full responsibility over the fact that they needed to be aware, but there was also a really big language barrier. They took out a loan to be able to do this vacation rental, but because of all of the complications that this presented, they actually have removed it from all platforms and are now just doing a traditional rental method to avoid this ever happening again. So right now there is a lot of financial burden on them because of the loans that they've taken out. So to the extent that the city could be generous and perhaps reduce this to administrative costs, that would really support our household in being able to recover from this.
Okay, and why wasn't any appeal filed?
Part of the issue here is that they weren't even aware they could file an appeal. We did reach out to legal counsel, and they told us that our best option was to proceed with the lien reduction process. And they said that we should present everything we could to you all, and that you all would hear us out and do what you thought was fair and possible. So there was just, I think part of the language barrier and them not understanding the process is that they didn't even know that they could file an appeal. which brought us to this point.
Yeah, because the property was out of compliance for 123 days. That's an awful long time. And that's, unfortunate, but, all right, I will reduce the fine to $1,100 payable within 60 days.
Okay. If that's the best that you all are able to do, then we really appreciate that. That is still a bit beyond our means, but I suppose we have to do whatever we can to make it happen.
Would it help if I gave you more time? I could, push it to 90 or even 180 days.
Yes.
Okay.
If you could do 180 days, we are going to have to exhaust all possible resources to come up with this money.
Okay. All right. $1,100, 180 days to pay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case number CE 2301066, case address 211 Northeast 16th Avenue. Owner Natasha Quist. Total lien amount $3,800. Administrative cost $407.48. The city is requesting $1,900. Appeal deadline February 13, 2023. No appeal received.
Hello.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Leanne Baptiste.
Okay, what do you want to tell me in support of the lien reduction?
So when we received the notice, I didn't know about this flip key advertisement. Sorry.
One moment. I just need to swear you in. Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, got it.
So when I received the notice, my cleaning lady had given me the front page, which just states basically that there's an issue that needs to be corrected. So I went on my sites, Airbnb and VRBO, and made sure everything was correct. And I sent an email according to the citation notice to see enhancement at fortlauderdale.gov the very next morning and let them know that all issues were corrected. At that point, I thought everything was resolved and things were fine. Then in February, I received a letter that I needed to go to court, and I was shocked because I thought I was in compliance and had followed the procedures. I've never had this happen to me before, so I didn't know I needed to, I guess, get confirmation that I complied. So once I got that notice that I was had to go to court, I called the inspector and tried to find out what was the issue. And then he informed me that it was a flip key website, which when I signed up for that, I'd never used it. I didn't even remember I had it active. I've never even gotten a booking from there. So I didn't know about this site, and it's my fault for the error. I understand that. But had I had it in my forefront that it's a website that I even have, I would have corrected it the same way as I went on my Airbnb and VRBO that are currently active and used all the time to make the correction. And so that same day on February 13th, when I spoke to him and got information on what was the issue, I went into Flipkey, corrected the site, and I sent him an email and I sent him pictures that I corrected it. So I feel like it was a miscommunication and a misunderstanding on my part of what was required. But on each time that I had information that there was something wrong, I corrected it that very day to what I could do and what I understood from it.
All right, I will reduce the fine to $700 with 60 days to pay.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next case number CE 221000429, case address 472 East Evanston Circle. Owner Berenice Augustine and Jocelyn Augustine. Total lien amount $4,500. Administrative costs $328.80. City is requesting $1,350. Appeal deadline October 12, 2022. No appeal received.
Hello.
Hi. Hello, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes. I need the interpret, please.
I'm sorry?
I need the interpret.
She needs an interpreter.
Creole, for Creole?
Yes, Creole. Me dio parler mano.
Do you swear to translate from Creole to English and English to Creole?
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hello?
Can you state your name for the record?
Eranis Augustine.
Okay, please ask her what she wants to tell me in support of her reduction of lien.
Alors, comment est?
Moi, la chérie ou même.
Bien. Yo demande comme ça, sous ka di yo so besoin di pour yo.
Sam besoin di première fois m'dal nan côte là, m'dal nan city ya. Yo te demandé pour me payer un cob, moi te dit yo moi pas travail. Moi pas bien comme là me ka payer $200. Yo te dit me voye mon programme. On y a besoin connait qui Jean caisse la fini.
So basically, she's saying that she went to court the first time and they told her to pay up an amount. She said she couldn't pay that amount and that she would come to this program, I believe it's the lien reduction. And she just want to know how much it is and how does it, like, she doesn't really know if like the reason why, like how much it is. She just want an amount.
Okay, well, the amount, the total amount of the lien is $4,500. The city's requesting $1,350.
Okay.
So $1,350 is the most that she would have to pay at this point.
Hello?
Oui.
Yo di kon sa, bill la te $4,000, but yo descend li pour $1,300.
Même de plein application, parce que yo te dit m'gon programme, qu'on y a yo te bon mon monde qui pour te aider, m'te plein application parce que m'pas travail, m'pas ka payer $1,300. Yo te arrangé tout bagay pour moi.
Okay. She thought that this program would significantly reduce the fund that $1,300. Basically, she's saying she's not working. That $1,300 is still too much for her.
Yeah, the problem is this was a repeat violation, especially the outdoor storage. I need, if I'm going to give her leniency, I need to know that she knows that this can't happen again.
Okay, and what was
there was a repeat violation for outdoor storage on the property.
Hello?
Oui.
Ok, ou te changé peut-être yo te pour violation nan peut-être ou te gan pile bagay dehors, pas vrai?
Oui, même te nettoyer, me tirer tout bagay net, pas quitter rien dehors encore parce que m'pas de les retourner pour yo joindre bagay dehors parce que connaît faut yo te demander m'pas ka payer. Qu'on y a tout papier vraiment de moins plein yo m'voy aller tout sa yo voye di mwen fè tout.
Ok, peut-être ça est deuxième fois. Yo te bon violation nan pour même bagay la. Ça veut dire yo dit comme ça, peut-être c'est deuxième fois. Si yo reduce l'argent encore, faut garantie pas qu'il va aider encore.
M'pap kite yon de yo, depuis qu'on y a m'pa grand yon de yo. Mwen clean tout bagay parce que m'pa vle gen problème avec City avec kay. Mwen m'pa ka marcher et anglais m'pa même bon m'pa parler bon anglais. M'promet yo m'pap kite yon de yo, m'pa gen yon de yo encore.
She said she understand and she don't have nothing outside and she learned her lesson basically and that she's not working, she doesn't want any issues with the city and that she just wants to know she was hoping this program would reduce that amount significantly and it's still not enough for her.
Okay, all right. Let her also know that she was cited for leaving her trash containers out overnight.
Hello?
Hello, oui m'la.
Okay, ou konen le ou vin point trash can nan? Le garbage la vin point trash can nan, yo te say tou peut-être ou te kite l deyo a. Tout temps le ou vin point trash la, for retourner trash cart la, de kay la.
Ok, m'pap kite l deyo ka sak fe pa fwa l kare deyo a gen de fwa konen. Mwen gen dou le mal kay dokte, pa fwa le mal kay dokte mon do a fe tout journée mais depuis m'vini m'tire l mette lan dam, m'pap kite l encore. Si m'pap la m'a kite un moun pou etire l mwen, tande?
Wait, she said that she's not going to do it again. The reason why it happened is because when she goes to the doctor, she has, I think, bad arthritis, and sometimes she can't stand too long. She would just leave it for a couple of days. But she said she's going to try to get somebody to do it for her if she doesn't do it, but that would be the only reason why she left it.
Okay, the file reflects that she offered $200, and I will grant her request $200 with 90 days to pay. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. It's got to be $328.80.
Okay. 3 months?
Oui, m'la, oui.
Hello?
Oui, oui.
60 days. 60 days. 60 days.
I gave her 90 days because of her
Hello?
unemployment situation.
Oui, oui, m'attendo.
Yo di kon sa y ap desoni pou $380, but wap gen 3 mois pou paye el.
Se ki jan pou m'paye? $380?
$380 wap gen 3 mois pou paye el.
Ok. Se ki kote pou m'voy paye kob la?
300, it's city costs. I don't have any discretion in the matter. It's $328.
$328.80, and she'll get a note in the mail.
Ya voy on mail pou yo di kote pou paye el.
Ok. Map toujou cheke mail mwen pou m'pa perdi dat la, ou kompon?
Okay. She has the same mailing address at the house. She said she's gonna keep checking the mail to see where everything comes.
Same address.
Same address. Okay. Ya voy nan mail la pou ki kote pou paye $380.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Tande, merci en pile. Tande?
Okay, she said thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome, dear. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You said 328?
380. 380.
328?
328. $328.
Okay, yes. Okay, chérie. Merci. Tande, petit garçon.
Oui.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Thank you for your help.
Next case, page 2, case number CE 2301015, case address 805 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Owner Ruiz Sandoval, Diego Sandoval, and Sandra Soto. Total lien amount $6,600. Admin cost $407.48. City is requesting $3,300. Appeal deadline January 22nd, 23. No appeal received.
I don't see those names.
No.
They weren't confirmed either.
Okay, they're not confirmed, so we'll keep going. All right, we're gonna, we're withdrawing the 1,007 ticket file. Next case, case number, page 3, case number CE 221100126, case address 1223 Southwest 15th Avenue, owner Michael Sela and Avery Shepherd, totaling amount $6,900, admin cost $407.48. The city is requesting $2,070, appeal deadline January 4th, 2023, no appeal received.
Hi.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Avery Shepherd.
All right, and what do you want to tell me in support of the lien reduction?
Yeah, so we are first-time homeowners. Recently, we've been living in Fort Lauderdale for about 7 years now. Recently purchased this home, so this is, intended to be our kind of grow into forever home. And upon doing that, as first-time homeowners, we looked into having a couple of the trees removed, and were provided information from a reputable tree company. And the guidance given by them was that arborist letters for each tree would be sufficient for us to remove them. So we acted under the impression that we were in compliance with the law in doing this. And then when we did receive notice that we did have the compliance violation, I made sure to reach out within 2 days. I followed up via email and phone call for about 56 days before I did receive any type of response from the city. And then we didn't find out actually that the letters were not sufficient until 71 days later. So that was well outside of that 60-day time frame for us to really be able to act and comply. And then when we did finally get to go to the appeal date on February 14th, we were told exactly what we needed to do by Mr. Santos and the city arborist team, and we took action immediately. I had a permit within 2 days, and we had 2 big trees planted within less than 30 days. Inspection was completed, got new sod. We've spent probably over $14,000 at this point just to ensure that we've been in compliance. So had we known and understood, being new to this and kind of just taking guidance from a place that, we were under the impression were reputable and giving us good guidance, we never would have been out of compliance. It wasn't our intention at all.
Okay, all right. I will reduce the fine to $1,000 with 60 days to pay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 4, case number CE 19091251. Case address 1381 Southwest 25th Avenue, owner Diego Robolino and Tanya Sanchez, total lien amount $57,750, admin cost $1,565.81. The city is requesting $17,325. Sir, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Your Honor and everyone. My name is Juan Robalino.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to ask you to state your name for the record.
My name is Juan Robalino. I'm the son of the owners of the property. The reason they couldn't assist because they live in Ecuador. There's Spanish speaking, and they so they have me here. I provided the power of attorney also on the website.
Yes. Okay.
So where to start here? Reason. Yes,
has
ma'am.
the property sold, or was it purchased on a short sale? Give me a little background.
So this property actually was it was saved from my uncle back in 2010, if I'm not wrong, or 11, when my parents purchased it. My uncle couldn't pay the mortgage at that time because of the market and everything, the situation that was going on. So they purchased it at a very low price and allow him to live there for a while. Then what happened is the property became a rental because all those 60K that my parents when they bought the property, it was the life savings. So they decided to bring all their money here to the US and have a rental property over there. So usually since the beginning, my parents have been trusting the tenants on every mail that has been sent to the property. We never had issues about that at all until the tenant at the time seems like he didn't have his best interest in mind, for the owners of the property. And seems that he was dumping all the mail because actually the first time that my parents got notice of not even of the violations, but of the lien was when they tried to sell another rental. They were trying to sell that property because they were in a tight spot. And then, so they found out because title company let the realtor know that there was a lien on the property. At that time, they were very surprised because, usually any notice that we get from the city, it's been told to us through the tenants. So during all that time, we didn't have an idea what was going on with the property, with usually the tenants will tell us that they were taking care of the loan and everything. So, we never got any notice of that until the day that they got notice from a realtor that there was a lien on the house. As soon as they know that there was a violation of the property, I think they found out on a Saturday, and by Monday, the next week, they were already in the city trying to find out what was wrong. And then the same day, they got people to do, try to comply with all the violations that was on the property. Usually we've never had any issues with the city. They've always tried to comply everything as soon as possible, also because they live back in Ecuador. It's a little bit, it's a little bit hard.
I appreciate that they live out of the country, but they're still responsible to maintain the property. And this property was out of compliance for 1,124 days. So, that tells me that no one was watching this property. I
wouldn't say that because we had the tenants, they would always give us updates on everything that happened. We never had an issue. And then with this particular tenant, he gave us a lot of issues. He destroyed a little bit the property, and it was not the best tenant. He got let go because of that. The thing is,
the lien amount, it's $57,750 is the amount that's accrued at this point, because it was out of compliance for so long. And, these are things that should have been obvious just to drive by the property. There's blue tarp on the roof wasn't being maintained, the landscape wasn't being maintained. Anybody who drove by the property would have seen all this.
Yes, man. It happens that me and my brother, we never been able to go down there because we were students for the longest time. We haven't been there at all. My parents usually comment, like I said, they trust on the tenant. They made that mistake of trusting them. But every time an issue just come up, they fix it up as soon as they could. But they were wanting to see if we can get a lien reduction. Of course, they didn't think it was going to be zero. They were trying to see, because of the situation, if they can pay the $1,000 because of all the time and effort you guys have put in the case. And it's not an excuse. Most of the properties in that area also had things like that, but also that doesn't mean that we were, we had the right.
I don't want to hear about properties. I don't want, that's not an excuse. That's not a mitigating circumstance.
Correct.
All right, I'll reduce the fine to $7,500 with 180 days to pay.
Is there any chance, ma'am, we can have a little bit more time? Right now, the rent from the house is feeding me and my brother since we live here outside the country, and we use half of that money.
Yeah, I really can't do anything more than that. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Appreciate it.
You, okay, good luck to you.
Next case, also page 4, case number CE 220403882, case address 1440-1441 Northwest 22nd Street, owner 1440-1441 Northwest 22nd Street LLC, total lien amount $6,750, admin cost $420.27. City is requesting $2,025, appeal deadline April 14, 22, no appeal received.
Oh, okay. Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Will you please raise your right hand? Are you going to be speaking also, ma'am? Anyone who's speaking will need to raise their right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what do you want to tell me in support of your request for a lien reduction? I don't care who starts, but tell me your name first.
Sure. This is Chris Kennedy. I'm the owner of the property and also the owner of Mayfair Property Management. Yeah, we're just requesting leniency. We really ran into problems on this property because Republic Services, the trash contractor that we had hired for there, after COVID, ran into issues with their operations. They were short-staffed with drivers, and they started missing pickups over at the property, and it was getting out of control. We had to hire a private trash contractor to fill in the gaps. Once Republic had kind of fixed the issue with the drivers, they then told us they were no longer going to roll out the dumpster that was there, forcing us then to move the dumpster enclosure, which required pulling city permits. And then the contractor ran into some materials issues with delays there, but we did put in a new dumpster enclosure, upgraded the trash container, and got a new contract in place with Republic with a different pickup schedule to make sure we're in compliance on an ongoing basis. But it did take a little bit of time.
Yeah, why wasn't an appeal filed in this case? This was a citation. You were supposed to appeal it in order to get a hearing, and you didn't do that.
That's right. And to be perfectly honest, we missed it. We didn't see the citation, or we saw the citation. We did not. We missed the chance to appeal. Yeah.
Okay.
Ma'am, can I include something? I'm sorry. I'm the operations manager for Mayfair. In the meantime,
Please state your name for the record.
Yes, it's Paola Villate.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, in the meantime, when we're having issues with the public services, we show invoices that we paid also directly to vendors, so they were able to pick it up the trash and be in compliance. I mean, we will not only rely on the company, we know that we're not doing what they suppose. We sent emails to them. They said that we'll pick it up the garbage, and they didn't. So we paid extra vendors, outside vendors, to be able to keep the property and maintain the property clean. But every time they skip the trash pickup, it's when, like we were having issues, then because we expect that they would do so. And we sent a history of the emails that we have sent, the invoices that we paid on side of that, and also pictures that in the meantime we were in compliance. We pay the vendor, we pick it up the trash, but then it happens again that they skip the pickup, and that's why the problem comes up a couple of times. But we did our best to do in compliance. And again, we pay vendors to, just even though we're paying to the company, we pay vendors separately to be able to comply.
Okay, all right. I will reduce the fine to $1,200 with 90 days to pay.
Okay.
All right,
I
thank
appreciate it, Your
you.
Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 5. Case number CE 22120183, case address 1490 West State Road 84, owner Port Everglades Service Station LLC. Total lien amount $15,600, admin cost $591.48. City is requesting $4,680. Appeal deadline January 14, 2023. No appeal received.
Good afternoon, sorry. My name is Stephanie Ramirez. I'm going to be representing Port Everglades Maritime Service Station, LLC.
Okay, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I swear.
Okay, please state your name again for the record.
Yes, my name is Estefania Ramirez.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me in support of the lien reduction?
So in support of the lien reduction, the reason why we're asking for this reduction is we currently have a tenant who is at the gas station, and they are the first contact at our station for any, code compliance, any type of thing that may happen at the site. So we received a violation because there was trash throughout the sidewalk. We had the tenant go out and clean the sidewalk in that area, and there was a reinspection, but we did not pass the inspection. So when I decided to make contact with the inspector to find out what was going on and why we didn't pass the inspection, there was an area that's behind the station that the sidewalk seemed to have a lot of dirt, like landscaping debris, and we weren't sure if it belonged to us or the property next door because it's in between two properties and it's a tree. So once I spoke with the inspector and found out what exactly needed to be cleaned, we cleaned the back area. We removed all the dirt and the landscaping that was there, and we cleaned the sidewalk. So this was just, simple miscommunication between the tenant and the inspectors. They weren't really sure what area they had to clean up until us, the owners, we stepped in and we found out what needs to be done. We went ahead and we cleaned the area and we sent the picture straight to the inspector.
Why wasn't an appeal filed?
An appeal wasn't filed because, we were in compliance. There was trash on the property. So I didn't want to put up a fight and say, there was no trash when there was trash. There was the dirt that was in the back. He was right about that.
Okay, all right. I will reduce the fine to $3,500 with 90 days to pay.
Okay. Will we receive this in the mail?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Next case, also page 5, case number CE 22020787. Case address 1640 Northeast 59th Place. Owner Mayor Hannah. Total lien amount $15,200. Administrative cost $511.74. The city is requesting $7,600.
Hello?
Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do swear.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Meyer Hannah.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me in support of a lien reduction?
Basically, this was for a property in Fort Lauderdale that it was one of the first property that I bought to put as an Airbnb. We got this violation the day that we actually closed on the property. And we knew that the old tenant or the old owner that was there was running an Airbnb as well, out of his own house, actually just renting rooms as Airbnb rooms rather than a whole entire property. So I guess the mistake was that I listed this property maybe a week after we got it under contract to be only rented 2 or 3 months after we close. So the property was online probably 2 months before we actually closed on it. And the intent of that was, I guess it was a mistake on my part, and I didn't know you can do that, was just to get early reservation. It was just part of the excitement of getting an Airbnb, I guess. But so when we first got this, the day we closed, we obviously did not know that this was for us. We thought it was for the old person that owned the home. And it took us about a month or two to get our Airbnb license. The property was listed on Airbnb as for rent, but only effective June 1st. So there was no availability. Nobody's entered the property. Nobody stayed at the property. And when we
add down to comply the property.
I'm sorry.
Why didn't you just take the ad down? That would have complied the property.
We couldn't because like I said, it was the beginning of our business. And what happened was we had already reservations starting from June 1st, which was like 2 or 3 months after we bought the property. And we had several, we rented way too cheap and we had probably over 18 or 19 reservations. So that would have been a complete detrimental thing to cancel a listing. And the only way that we can, for take down the property, it was up there online, but it wasn't available. There was no availability. So the only way to do that is to have to cancel all of those, and that would have been, we would have been out of business from day one if we did that. So, we thought we didn't. It was online, but it wasn't available. There was no availability, and I couldn't really.
It was out of compliance for 76 days. And are you telling me it was not rented at any time during those 76 days?
No, we got the notice. We got that notice. The initial was in March 27th, and we got our actual license and everything on May 27th. So it was only 60 days or less than 60 days, actually.
And there was the delay.
And the reason it took so long to be in compliance was that we found out there was open permits after we bought the property for a driveway that was done with a contractor that didn't pull permits or pulled a permit and never closed it. Person was completely unresponsive. We had to do a change of contract and reapply again. And this is why it actually took 60 days. So it's not that we kind of left it lingering. We took steps from day one once we really knew that this was our fine and not the previous owner.
All right. I'm going to reduce the fine to $5,000 with 90 days to pay.
That's a lot. Is there anything you can do better than that? I mean, it's totally, the property wasn't even.
You had the option to take the ad down and comply it right away, and you chose not to. So, you made a business decision, and this is the responsibility you have to take for it.
Okay, so is there anything you could do better than 5,000? I mean, this is a small business. I mean, this is detrimental.
No, I've made my ruling.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we have how many days you say to pay?
90 days.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Next case, page 6, case number CE 221100347, case address 1798 Southeast 25th Avenue, owner Marietta Hospitality LLC, CDN Hospitality LLC, totaling amount $4,750, admin costs $379.87. The city is requesting $1,425. They confirm.
Hello, my name is Andrew Ferry.
Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me in support of the lien reduction?
Yes, I'll try and keep it brief. We purchased this property in December 2018. We are from Niagara Falls, Canada, and this is our vacation home. And I fully understand it is a privilege to be in your country, and I have nothing but respect. And this is an unfortunate situation. Our intention was to renovate the house. We commissioned a local architect to do the plans and apply for a permit. We were at the property in March 2020. Upon our return to Canada, we were in lockdown for COVID and could not come to Florida. We had our agent look after the property. When the lockdown was lifted, we attended the property in September of 2022. There was a large palm tree in our backyard that was in the middle of the backyard. It was leaning towards the home. There was a large frond that almost dropped on my son. The tree was a hazard. I asked our agent to get a price on removing the tree. He asked us if we had a permit. I didn't understand at the time. We did have a permit. We had a building permit, actually a renovation permit to renovate the house and backyard. We had received our permit in July of 2022. I did not know the tree had been removed until January 20th, 2023, when we returned to Florida. I never authorized the agent to remove the tree. I just wanted to review the price. I guess he thought since we had a permit, he went forward. Our agent found the notice taped to our door. This was in January 20th, 2023. The compliance period had elapsed. He notified us that there was a hearing on February 14th, 2022, or sorry, 23. We flew back to Fort Lauderdale and attended the hearing. We were made aware that we needed a permit to comply. At that hearing, I asked for time, but he said since we did not appeal, he could not give us any time to comply. I didn't quite understand this because the notice was the first time we were notified to be in court was February 14th. We left City Hall and went to the building department and applied for a permit. We were given a permit number and we were told it had to be reviewed. We received our confirmation the next morning, February 15th. We notified the issuing officer immediately that we had received a regular permit and not a after the fact permit. What they had requested that we get an after the fact permit, this building department said because the stump was still there that we could have a regular permit. I don't know if that has any bearing, but to me, it seems like we were in compliance from the beginning, but I'll leave that up to you. We notified the issuing officer that we had received a regular permit, not the after facts permit. He noted we were in compliance by email. The other curious thing is we never got the first notice, and it's unfortunate because the property tax department emails us the property taxes, and it's unfortunate that we didn't receive something by email, and we know that there's no requirement for you to do that. And as I said, we were in court on February 14th and had a permit approved within 24 hours and became on site. The special...
Okay. I need to ask you a question. Why, when your agent told you that you needed a permit to remove that tree, what made you think that because you had a building permit that you can remove a tree with that permit?
Well, I didn't think that at the time. He asked me in the general conversation in September when we left, did we July of 22? And as I said, I did not. I asked him to get a price on removing the tree. We have a renovation permit for the backyard. I will be sincere and tell you I didn't know what it covered the tree or not. I didn't know we were in violation to take the tree down. And apparently our agent didn't either, which I'm quite surprised. But you can see that as soon as we learned of anything, we were on it within 24 hours. We had no intention whatsoever
Okay.
of violating any law. And as I said, we know it's a privilege to be here, and that privilege can be revoked at any time. And we're certainly not going to do anything whatsoever to jeopardize that. Because our family loves coming here, and we really enjoy it, and we have nothing but respect for the city of Fort Lauderdale. It's a great city.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. All right, I will reduce the fine to $900 with 60 days to pay.
Thank you very much. And we'll receive, I'm assuming, a notice in the mail.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Next case, also page 6, case number BE 210500003. Case address 1801 Northeast 62nd Street, number 222. Owner Peter DeLesso, Jacob Baxter. Total amount $6,150. Admin cost $1,118. City is requesting $1,845. No. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Next case number CE 220203110, case address 1941 Northwest 12th Avenue. Owner E&R Holding Group LLC. Total lien amount $42,600. Administrative cost $544.42. The city is requesting $12,780.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Eli Kadosh.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me in support of the lien reduction?
So at first, when there was a violation, we had never received notice to the address that's on file. The tenant was receiving it, and we had never known of any violation. We were in touch with the officer as soon as we heard that the violation was there, and within 7 days it was remedied. I had been in contact with him daily within that 7 days, send him pictures and made sure that everything was taken care of. But up until us knowing, it was many, many days. And then when I came to him and told him, listen, we don't have, the notice is at this address and not at the address of the residence or of the location. I guess there was some kind of glitch on whoever was, lack of communication.
The notice goes to whatever address is on the property appraiser's website. So, and it's also posted on the property.
So the one that was posted on the property, we did not get. Our tenant did not let us know anything of that. And like I said, as soon as I knew, and you can, he'll attest to this, the officer will attest this, I had it complied within, I want to say under 7 days, within 6 days.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was out of compliance for 213 days.
It wasn't that it was out of compliance. It was that it was a repeat. So what they did was, what it was because of the grass. So it was a repeat. So what they did was they took it all the way back to the first time that the grass wasn't cut. And when the grass is by tenant. So I have it to where the tenant takes care of the grass. Now I've changed it since, because, for cutting a grass to have this kind of bill, it just makes no sense. So I've taken that away from any tenant. Therefore, it is my responsibility, and not usually when you rent a home, you kind of, it's discretionary to put on the tenant or not. But in that case, what they did was they went back all the way to the first day.
Sir, this was not just cutting the grass. It was overgrown with trash, rubbish, debris. There was a fence that wasn't being maintained. The landscaping was not being maintained, and it was missing ground cover. And You know, I mean,
the
all of
ground-
this would have been, don't speak while I'm speaking, please.
Oh,
It makes for a mucky record.
Sorry.
You know, these are things that could have been observed if someone just drove past the property.
I drive by the property. There wasn't any debris. What had happened was, but again, there's no way of knowing this if you don't go daily, right? Sometimes there are tenants that park their car a certain way, and you get a report on that. Sometimes it's, again, when as soon as I heard of anything, it was taken care of. It's outrageous for some debris, and I understand the importance. Don't get me wrong. I totally understand the importance of what the city needs to do so that every property looks a proper way and is in compliant. But there's no way that, and I've spent so much money just to come to compliance. For a long time throughout COVID, I wasn't getting any rent on that property. I couldn't do anything, nor evict him, so he wasn't taking care of the property. If you take a look back, so as soon as I was able to do anything, I took care of it. I was not allowed on the property because of the fact that there was COVID there. So as soon as I heard, as soon as I was able to take care of it, I took care of it. And you can even get with the officer. He'll attest to the fact that I was with him in contact daily once I got that notice.
All right, I will reduce the fine to $3,500 with 90 days to pay.
Okay. Is there anything better that we can do? Again, I don't want to. If there's anything better that we can do,
I'm
please.
sorry, I've made the ruling.
Okay. So I should
That's
get a
the
notice.
best I can do.
I should get a notice.
Yes, you will.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Next case, page 7, case number CE 22100546, case address 2606 Grace Drive, owner Josh and Vivian Stomel. Total lien amount $10,600, admin cost $591.48. The city is requesting $5,300. Appeal deadline October 30th, 2022. No appeal received.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand? That's your left hand.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. It's been a long day, guys. Sorry.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Vivian Stomel.
Okay, what do you want to tell me in support of your lien reduction?
Hi, we are requesting a lien reduction as we have a property in Fort Lauderdale that we had an employee of ours that was managing it. She failed to do the proper steps and follow the proper steps and renew the license for the short-term permits, and we were unaware of it. When we became aware of it, we automatically took responsibility. We appealed for the lien reduction, and we renewed the permit, and we took the property off. And as of right now, back then we terminated the employee when this happened because it was for a very, very large amount. So we just want to get this put behind us. And now, as of like a few months ago, we hired a property management company called Rove, and they've been the one handling all of the items with the house.
Why didn't you just take the site down from Airbnb and Verbo, and that would have complied the property?
We were completely unaware. We did not get the actual notices until we got them. I believe it was in the mail, or the people that we were in the process of currently switching over to this new property management company called Rove. They were there on site, and they're the ones who sent us the actual paperwork from the city. And then that's when we started asking all the questions to the employee. and like what's going on, this, you know, why are we getting cited for this? Why didn't you renew it? So we didn't even know that it was expired.
But it's your responsibility as the owner of the property to keep track of the certificate and when it's due for renewal.
Correct. We have about, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have about probably 10 rental properties. We only have one in Florida, but the rest of them are in California. So that's the reason why we had hired an employee. We had seen some issues with this employee, which is why we had contracted with the property management of Rove. And then that's when we started seeing all of the stuff come through that she was failing to do her job. I understand it's our responsibility, but when it came to our attention that she was failing as to doing her job, then we took the corrective action to get it fixed.
All right, I'm going to reduce it to $1,800 with 60 days to pay.
That sounds great. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you for your time. Okay.
Next case, page 7, case number CE 18. No? Or?
Actually.
No, she didn't confirm, okay. All right, next page, guys. Next page, page 8, case number CE 20100589, case address 2740 Northwest 16th Street, owner Yads Holdings LLC. Total lien amount $17,000, admin cost $1,571.94. The city is requesting $5,100. Good afternoon, sir. Will you please raise your right hand? No, I'm sorry. Oops.
He's the last person.
Oh, he's the last guy. Okay. Sorry, we'll be back to you, sir. Michael Garcia.
He's not on the list to speak for anybody unless he provided a power of attorney today.
We can ask him who he's here for.
What happened? Did we lose him?
No, the one that he.
I had the wrong person. This is the correct person.
That's the person for
Yes, that's
2740?
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Dror Gorgas.
Okay, what do you want to tell me in support of your lien reduction?
Okay. First of all, what I wanted to tell you is to start from the beginning that on this specific case that I mean, we deal with the city of Fort Lauderdale for a long time in many different properties, many different cases. But this situation, when the house was rented and then it wasn't, the tenant didn't give the notice to nobody, then because it was in a process of eviction, then so that took time. Then once they actually finally moved out and got evicted, then we put no grass. We put no grass on the property, and then what happened is that they got the what do you call it? The grass. The grass died, and then we had to, while we put the house for sale.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay. You are here. I mean, this is case CE 20100589. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You're here because you illegally constructed additions without a permit, creating an unsafe structure. What does that have to do with the lawn?
Ah, so okay, so we're talking about this case. Okay, sorry. It's my mistake. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a
All
different
right.
it's a different case. Sorry, you're right. You're right. I thought we were talking about the exterior.
No, we're talking about unsafe
No, I know.
building with
I know
permit.
I know the case for the inside. Yes, I'm aware of the inside. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the minute that there was a notice, and well, while the tenant was evicted from the house, and there was a possibility to work inside and bring it to compliance, then we brought it to compliance as soon as possible. That's there's no there's nothing really, I know this business well, and there's not really a lot to there's not really a lot to say. There was they did renovation over there, and then once they got a notice that they need to comply with the violation, then they did it as soon as possible. That's and they got complied, working with the city inspector, with the code enforcement. And
Did the property owner is the one that made the addition, not the tenant? Isn't that correct?
The addition? No, the addition, the property owner bought it with the addition. It didn't build any addition. It didn't build any addition. He bought it like this. There was no any exterior. There was no any addition to the. There was no any addition to the house that the owner built. There was on the side of the house. Okay, on the side of the house, there was I guess kind of an enclosure, an addition, but that's not something that the seller, Yas Holding, did. I mean, the owner. That's not something that he did. He bought the house like this. You can see it but I didn't think that's the case. I didn't think that this is he didn't build any addition to the house. But he was when he was renovating the house, and when I guess the city inspector came, he asked him to make this. He asked him to make this area like not livable or something like that, and so that's what he did. That's what we did. We completely made this area.
I'm done. I'm going to reduce the fine to $5,100 with 60 days to pay.
Okay.
Next case.
Thank you, sir. Next case number CE 180500906, case address 2830 Northeast 60th Street. Owner 9486-0765 Quebec Inc. Total lien amount $78,700. Admin cost $588.08. The city is requesting $23,610. He can leave. David Coleman is the next guy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good.
But I need to see you.
We can't see you.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is new stuff for me. How about that?
Okay.
Okay.
I can see now.
Will you please raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is David Coven. I represent the YLH Capital LLC. It's a Florida limited liability company. It's one of the owners, not the original, but the owner of the property after the violation was imposed.
Okay, was the property recently sold?
It was, yes,
Okay, is there money being held in escrow to pay the lien?
there is.
Okay, all right. What else do you want to tell me?
Well, I just wanted to give you the background a little bit. My client, the owner of the property, as you can see from the violation, it was a Ralph Ricker. He owned the property from 1998 on. In 2017, Mr. Ricker went into foreclosure. He couldn't pay his mortgage, nor did he maintain his property. 1 year into the foreclosure in 2018, the city cited him for a very deplorable dock and piling situation that he had. The foreclosure itself, and this is where the problem comes in, the foreclosure took over 3 years to complete. And once the bank got the property back, they held it for 2 years before they sold it to my client. That resulted in $78,000 in change in liens accruing. My client purchased the property in March of 2022. He immediately, upon purchasing the property from the bank, did a massive renovation. He made this property beautiful. I think you've got the photographs and the attachments I sent in. But he's obviously there's some benefit to him in improving the property, but he also corrected a dangerous situation immediately without any delay whatsoever. The property is now it's beautified. It looks wonderful. He's not looking for a reward. He's simply asking for a reduction for a problem that was caused by an individual who was in financial difficulty. Like I said, this accrued in 2018. The bank owned it for a couple of years. Once they took it back in an auction, my client purchased it. And I'm not saying, he didn't know that there were some problems he had to rectify, but $78,000 in liens was not one of the things he anticipated. In any event, it's been cured. I think as a policy matter, it's important to, perhaps reduce in this case what is otherwise a very, very expensive problem that he inherited, not of his own doing. For that reason, I'm asking for a substantial reduction. It's a great deal of money, and he has rectified not only the dock and the pilings, but he's done the entire house.
Okay. Did you want to say something? All right, I'm gonna reduce the lien to $23,610 with 60 days to pay.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next case number CE 180509006, case address 2900 Northeast 30th Street, number D8, owner 1927 Trust, total lien amount $108,800, admin costs $633.02. The city is requesting $32,640. How long will you? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearings?
I do.
We're still on page 8, right?
Yes, the last one on page 8.
All right. Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Juan Ruiz.
Okay, Mr. Ruiz, what would you like to tell me in support of the lien reduction?
Yes, so Your Honor, this all started because of an open permit that was opened back in 2004. The owners of the lien did not purchase this property until, I believe, 2011. They didn't know anything about the open permit. The title company never told them about it. They had no idea what was going on. They're Italian. They live in Italy. If you see that deed, the address that was on that deed was an Italian address. At that point, they did quit claim it back in 2014, and they put the address of their CPA, who is the person that would be getting the mail during the time of this code violation when it came through. So the code violation, I believe, started 12 years after that permit was open. They didn't know anything about it. The CPA, they ended up firing her. They never even found out about it until they went to put it up for sale. They got a title. They got a title back showing all this stuff because now it was recorded against title. This is like back in, I believe it was back in March. They hired a guy named Martin Vargas who was going to try and fix it. It's been taking about 3 months and nothing's been going on. So I got involved at that point and I called in with a friend of mine, Adam, who knows a lot of people in the building department. And at that point we were told all you had to do was tell us, and they closed the permit right then and there without inspection, without anything. Because I believe there's like a rule after 10 years, something like that. They said like it's up to the building people, but they can go ahead and just close it out without any inspection. So that's basically the story. They're Italian. They don't, over there, they just, when something's wrong, you just kind of go there, you pay it or you fix it or something. I know that's not how it is here, but they had no clue. So until I got involved, and my friend Adam, who knew people over at the building, that's when we kind of got the ball rolling. This was like 2 weeks ago. I don't know how we got in this hearing. It was a miracle that we got into the May hearing, but we actually got involved about 2-3 weeks ago and got this all done in 3 weeks to get in front of you.
All right, I'll reduce it to $8,000 with 60 days to pay.
Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. I know it's been a long day. Have a good one.
Thank you. It has. Bye-bye. Did we have one we were supposed to go back to?
Yeah, we have one more. Who was that one? Elka?
Elka's 1801, page 6.
Okay. What page? Page 6. Case number BE 210500003. Case address 1801 Northeast 62nd Street, number 222. Owner Peter DeLesso and Jacob Baxter. Total lien amount $6,150. Admin cost $1,118.60. The city is requesting $1,845. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Elka Kaimo.
Okay, what do you want to tell me in support of the lien reduction?
So I'm representing him. I'm his realtor, and I have a very brief notice from him. I'd like to read it. It'll take a minute. Peter DeLesso wrote this. He says, initially, I got the stop work order because I removed a portion of sheetrock to bring light into the kitchen. I hired an expediter, Nikki Shannon and Art Malloy, to secure a permit and address the stop work order. When I received the fine, Nikki said she would take care of it, not to worry about it. That was a mistake on my part. Because I was in Massachusetts, the notices were being sent to my home address in Florida or New Jersey. I never intended to ignore them. I was under the impression the fine was taken care of. Once we had the permit, the work was done to my understanding, the inspector satisfied all of the permits. I had no idea the fine was still applicable and that it continued to accrue. I hope that you can understand this and reduce my lien to something more affordable for me. Thank you in advance, Peter DeLesso.
Okay. All right. Anything to add to that?
The only thing I can add is that this surfaced, the lien and the violation surfaced about a week before we were closing on the property. And as far as I'm aware, he had no clue that this was still out there.
Okay, I'll reduce the lien to $1,845 with 60 days to pay.
Okay, and will the notice be sent to him where? Because money was left in escrow to pay this.
Well, who's the escrow agent?
An attorney. I have that somewhere, but it'll take me a minute to find it.
Yeah, notice goes to whatever address is on the property appraiser's records.
And it's going to be emailed as well.
Okay, if it's emailed, that's fine. The property was sold. We were able to close, but we left the money in escrow. But if you're going to email it and you already have my email address as well, we'll take it from there.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Is that it?
Can we see who else is in there?
There's still people in the waiting.
Let Michael Garcia. Let Michael come up. Let's see what he's. Who's Michael? Mr. Garcia,
Yes,
what case are you here for?
I am here on, you called Nicole Stomball, that's my associate. That's the 2649 Northeast 27th Avenue.
Don't have a POA.
Is that's for lien reduction? Did you turn in a power of attorney?
I am an attorney. We submitted a
Right,
package.
but did you submit a power?
We submitted a letter of representation and my assistant, well, my associate Nicole Stomball submitted the paperwork. You called her name, but it shows up Michael Garcia. It wasn't showing her up. So you skipped over us. Or you didn't skip over me, but you didn't see her name.
Give us one moment, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
That's Dylan.
Yeah, let's hear him first and we'll find out. Doug is, I think, would be scheduled. Okay, next case, page 7, case number CE 180900718, case address 2649 Northeast 27th Avenue, owner Valentina DeLesso. Total lien amount $59,600, admin cost $633.55. The city is requesting $17,880.
Yeah.
Mr. Garcia, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Garcia, you're up. Tell me what you want in support of the lien reduction.
So we submitted, with the package, we submitted an explanation of why we're seeking a lien reduction, but I'll summarize it. It's basically, the owner had obtained a permit to do a fence. However, she never moved forward with building the fence or completing the fence. And she thought that since she didn't do it, it was fine. Obviously, that's not correct because you got to close out the permit. She went to sell the property. She was notified that there was an open permit. Then she went to close out the permit, but there was never a fence pulled. She intended to do the fence, but she never did. And that fine then ran, I think the fine is now $71,000. That's $50 a day for 1,423 days.
Correct.
So we're seeking a reduction because it was an unintentional error. She didn't intend to harm the city. She pulled the permit. She just never got the fence installed and never closed out the permit, which she was unaware of. And once she got notice of it, she contacted the city, closed the permit out, and then contacted us to do the lien reduction.
This was out of compliance though for 1,192 days, or actually even more than that, 1,423 days.
Yeah, 1,423 days. I'm sorry, I misspoke. But obviously she didn't know she was in violation of anything. She pulled the permit. It's not like she built an illegal fence or did something illegal. She pulled it.
381. Okay.
Sorry, someone spoke, I didn't hear.
All right, I will reduce the lien to 15,000 with 60 days to pay.
Can we have a little bit more time than that?
Yeah, sure. 90 days, okay?
90 days?
Yeah.
15,000? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Just, may I give a suggestion to the city? there's no way to kind of communicate with you guys just online to say, hey, you called me, because I heard the name being called, but there was no way to communicate. Just in a chat or somehow to say, hey, I'm here. So just
We're trying to work the
I
bugs out of this.
heard my associate's name called, I heard the property called, but because obviously it wasn't Nicole Stanball showing up, you guys went on. So just as a
Okay. Thank you for that information. We'll do better next time.
thank you. Look, it only saved me maybe 3 or 4 things, so but I think it's helpful for the city and maybe people that are waiting to have a communication on the via the Zoom. So we'll get a notice, 15,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? That's everybody?
No, there's 2 people there.
Hello?
Hello? Yes, sir. Can you tell me what case you're here for?
You like the address or the case number?
The address, please?
1007 Citrus Isle.
Yes, that case has been rescheduled.
I had emails back and forth this morning about power of attorneys, and no one mentioned anything about rescheduling. I've been here for 4 hours. I don't understand what happened. Why am I rescheduled?
We have to speak to our code manager regarding this case, but it will be rescheduled, and Victoria will be in contact with you regarding a new date.
I don't understand. I've been trying to get this hearing scheduled for a long time. I've been in constant compliance. I've been in constant contact with code officers out in the field. Everybody there is to talk to. And like I said, we literally had an email exchange this morning, right before this hearing, about power of attorney and someone else trying to interfere with this case. And I'm at a loss for why the city would postpone this again.
Right. Okay, so we'll give you a call back after this hearing ends today. I believe Victoria had your information.
Yes.
You have my cell number. I'm out of town.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm down in the Keys. Can you have my cell number?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
954-445-3239.
Okay, we have it. Thank you so much.
3:30. Someone's going to call me before the end of business today.
Yes.
I'm terribly disappointed.
Okay, thank you, sir. Hello?
Star 6 to 6. So
Can you please press *6 to unmute your phone? Hello? Can you please press *6 to unmute your phone?
Do you want to hear?
Okay.
Do you want to do anything about the case that nobody showed up with?
What page?
Case number CE 230101554, case address 805 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Owner, Sandoval Ruiz, Diego Sandoval, and Sandra Soto. Total lien amount $6,600. Admin cost $407.48. The city is requesting $3,300. Appeal deadline January 22nd, 2023. No appeal received.
Well, if they didn't show up, then
Cities.
We've been doing.
then it's the original amount, right?
No, we've
Or
been
you can
doing.
go with this, with the city.
All right, we can go with the city request. That's fine.
60 days. All right, this concludes special magistrate lien reduction hearing for May 25th, 2023.